Philly. Will do. And I was gonna do it, but I'll let you do it, Jesse. His manager said text him 30 minutes before just to remind him.
What's up, everybody? Clap your hands, everybody, if you got what it takes.
These are the breaks.
That pioneering hip hop. Coach Molly, what's happening?
Coach Molly, you guys get that W yet? Coach Molly said she was gonna run them till they drop, so we get this W.
Oh, she gonna get that W.
Yeah,
gonna get that W.
Run them, Coach. Run them.
I proposed this, man. Me and Bonte versus Keishi and Butcher Boy, but I don't know. I don't think Butcher Boy is much of a Hell in a Cell guy, so I got shut down last night. But I was down for it. We climbed to the top, throw somebody off. I'll take the Rikishi bump off the top rope or off the top of the cage. Just fall backwards.
I'll take my favorite, the Shane McMahon. Just hit me with the Candlestick, and I'm just gonna fall.
That's basically what Rikishi did.
That's a big drop for a big man.
Man, I was just, boy, that was a terrible drop, man. I was like, oh, we really need to do this. I was just thinking about Ben this morning, like, man, we ain't heard from Black Bottles all week.
Ben, Black Bottles comes out in the weekend, man.
I guess so.
Because his boy Trey Sermon, Ben, he better show me something. Because we need it bad.
You need it, you need it bad. Oh.
What was better, Damien? Confessions 1 or 2? Confessions Part 1 was pretty hard.
That was cool.
You're gonna punch me in my face.
Yeah, but I played Confessions Part 2 about 10,000 times.
Yeah,
so
that's just a monster.
Yeah.
This is what I was going to ask you yesterday. Oh. I'm the straight boy, Southwest legendary self-made rock.
And the crew is filing in here to the chat on this Friday. Welcome in to D1KC on this Friday. On this 49ers Friday, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. And welcome in here to D1KC on this first day of October. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
And we are so happy that you are here with us. Busy day today. Warren Moon coming up, NFL Hall of Famer, and of course, Seahawks analyst. He's going to be with us coming up at 1:30. Quentin Mayo here for his weekly visit at 2 o'clock. Hey, Kyle Madson, live from the 95.7 The Game studios in San Francisco, will be with us at 2:17 as we talk a great deal about this 49ers game coming up this weekend. It's 49ers and the Seahawks. And
ooh, baby.
Yeah.
Ooh,
well,
baby.
I know you're excited, but I'm Wade Barrett. I'm afraid I've got some bad news. Kyle Shanahan said he's unsure if George Kittle and Elijah Mitchell are going to play this weekend. As a matter of fact, he says their status for Sunday is in limbo.
I tried to tell you. You calves, man.
You didn't try. You told me. I listened.
Anytime somebody says calf, people be treating it like, it's just a calf. Nah, man. That thing will shut you down.
What scares you more, calves or robots?
Well, calves aren't taking over the world one day, so hopefully I'll be long gone when the robots do take over the world, because it's gonna happen.
Wait till you get your birthday present, that Amazon joint that dropped and it follows you around your house. I'm getting you one of those.
Man, come on, man. They're gonna take me out first.
So see what happens.
I don't want no problem. You see the videos, robots out here doing backflips, and they out here doing the electric slide. They're like, oh, it's so cute, it's so cool. Yeah, all right, whatever.
Wait till we find out Lamar Jackson's actually not a man, he's a robot.
I would believe that.
Patrick Mahomes is actually a robot. Like he's not in fact a human being.
I would believe it, because some of the things they do aren't human.
Jimmy Garoppolo is definitely a human, as is Kyle Shanahan, because
to
air is human. And boy, these two, goodness gracious. This team is starting to have, given what we've heard about George Kittle, Elijah Mitchell, given what we already know about Raheem Mostert, given all of the things that have gone on the last couple of weeks, KC, this team is starting to have less of a 2019 vibe, more of a 2020 vibe.
Yeah, man, the injuries to major pieces, injuries to starters. I mean, it's something to be aware of. It's not there yet, though. You know what I mean? It's not there yet. I still think they have a good number of their top players still available, still have an opportunity every week. So it's not there yet, but it's they got to start getting healthy.
Well,
it's trending in the wrong way. Like
it's mentioned. Maybe less start getting healthy and just stop getting hurt. It's easy for the guy broadcasting from his house to say, but when you create the big board, when you create the 49ers big board, if you will, not the position depth chart, but the overall big board, you go to the top of that big board. There's a couple of players you don't want out. You just can't lose. One of them might be out. One of those guys at the top of that big board, and George Kittle, he might be out on Sunday.
Yeah. Now, you're going to have to figure it out, man.
Now, I know who and what George Kittle is. George Kittle hasn't been a game changer in any of the 4 games so far this season, which is probably a flaw in the offense or a flaw in Jimmy Garoppolo, a flaw in the game plan. It's a flaw somewhere that he hasn't been more involved. I know he had a good game against the Packers, but prior to that,
he had a good game against the Lions.
He was fine. Yeah. He was fine. Wasn't a game changer. But still, he's a guy defense's game plan for. Mm-hmm. And when you start losing pieces, it's like the conversation we were having about Marvin Bagley. It's not just Marvin Bagley's production and health that help, push the season forward. It's Luke Walton not having to adjust to Marvin Bagley constantly being out. It's not just the production of George Kittle or Elijah Mitchell or Raheem Mostert or whoever. It's also Kyle Shanahan's it's also the fact that Kyle Shanahan doesn't have to keep adjusting on the fly when guys are in and out of the lineup over and over again.
Yeah, for sure. And I've been one of the main people to talk about get George Kittle involved, get getting the ball. Mm-hmm. But we also can't understate that even when he's not catching the ball, he's one of the best blocking tight ends in the game.
Sir.
So your running game, your pass protection, he's there helping that out. So he's not making an impact with the ball in his hands, but his impact is still felt on those games. So if he's out on Sunday, that's a big blow. It's not an insurmountable blow because when I talk about you can't lose George Kittle and Nick Bosa, you talked yesterday, how many games did I think Raheem Mostert would play? I said 16. I didn't believe that about George Kittle. I knew there would be games when he would be out. I just hope that it's not for a long period of time. And if it's 1 game, 2 games, it's not going to be easy. It's not even going to be you'd be a favorite in that situation. But you can get by 1 to 2 games with a George Kittle being out. You just got to hope that he's not out for longer.
And George Kittle on its own, you don't want it. Not the end of the world. But when you start factoring, Elijah Mitchell, who just seemed to step into place for Raheem Mostert, could potentially be out. Oh, by the way, Raheem Mostert's out. Mm-hmm. You got Trey Sermon, who, whoops, it's my bad. I'm not giving up on the young man.
Right now, that's what it is.
Not
right
good.
Now,
yeah, not good.
And once again, to be fair to him, when he started getting more carries in the second half of the game against the Packers, he looked better.
Well, guess what, pal? You're going to get some carries this week, and you're going to have the opportunity against the defense. Well, I don't expect there to be a lot of resistance from the Seahawks defense. Mm-hmm. And I was listening to Candlestick Chronicles with our man Kyle Madson, who will be here later on in the day, Chris Peterman. They were talking to gentleman, excuse me for forgetting his name. He's covered the Seahawks in the past, and he used a line that really stuck out to me. I'll have to pull it up.
I thought it might have been Joe Fan.
He used a line that really, really stood out to me. He said, Pete Carroll, Danny Kelly was his name.
Oh, yeah, Danny Kelly.
Pete Carroll
familiar
coaches the team he wants to have and not the team he actually has. And that line really, really stood out to me because the way he, went on to explain it is Pete Carroll's still coaching like the Legion of Boom is back there, while failing to acknowledge it's not. It's very, very much not. And that has sometimes created some perhaps bigger defensive lapses than have necessarily needed to be there.
So you said that, and I thought you were going to go this route. Doesn't that sound familiar?
Coaching the team
you want
versus the team that you have.
I feel that's a Kyle Shanahan thing that we've seen in these first 3 weeks. He wants to have the team that can run and dominate with the run. You don't have that right now.
You know what Kyle wants? Not to have Jimmy Garoppolo here. That's what he wants. I think he feels like he's stuck with him. Like if Kyle Shanahan's game plan was a memoir, the name of the memoir would be "I Hate Jimmy Garoppolo."
Jeez.
Tell me I'm wrong.
I don't think he hates Jimmy Garoppolo.
Okay. He probably loves Jimmy Garoppolo, the human being. How about this? I hate Jimmy Garoppolo as my quarterback.
I don't think he hates him as his quarterback. I think he feels restricted by him. I feel like he understands his strengths and weaknesses, and there were some things that he wished were his strengths.
What's Jimmy Garoppolo's biggest strength?
His biggest strength to me is he does a good job of reading the field. I think he does that than people give him credit for.
In the same episode of the Candlestick Chronicles, I learned an interesting stat I was going to pass along to you. I wasn't going to sure if I was going to use it for the day or give it to you to have for game day with Kenny Caraway.
Already in the clip.
Yeah, it's in the clip. This is a tough one. Jimmy Garoppolo, in terms of yards in the air, you know where he ranks?
Oh, he's dead last.
No.
Or he's close to it.
He's 33rd. Think about that for a second. He's
think about
33rd among starting quarterbacks.
And I got your rebuttal, and I'm sure you heard it. Where does he rank? Where do the receivers rank in yards after the catch?
Well, what's that got to do with Jimmy?
Because Jimmy's getting it to them where they can go do work.
Okay.
That's part of his game.
I don't know the answer to that question, by the way.
He's fourth in the league, or the receivers are fourth in the league in yak. And that's the staple. And maybe that's a strength, right? That's a strength of, I'm getting the ball out. I'm getting it to my playmakers so they can make plays after. I would love for Jimmy to be airing it out and have an average of 12 yards in the air per pass. Everybody would love that. But
how about some versatility? Maybe not even just like, has he taken a shot down the field yet this year?
He took 2. One got picked and one went to the house. Debo went to the house.
Debo went to the house, yeah.
Whatever. So, I mean, Jimmy is a right now, he's not the same quarterback to me that he was in 2019. 2019, we talk about this all the time, Damian. You go back to the end of that season, I mean, he was carving the best teams in the league up. He was decisive. Balls had some zip on it. Felt good about who he was as a quarterback. This is something that can't be understated. And I'll tell people, and Niner fans will know this more than, the people who aren't Niner fans. With the season essentially on the line, the NFC West on the line, Jimmy Garoppolo went into Seattle, a place that had been a house of horrors for 8-9 years for the San Francisco 49ers. I think they hadn't won there in about 9 years. And he went to work. He was precise. He got the ball where it needed to be. He was accurate. He was on time. I haven't seen that quarterback probably since that game. And I don't know what happened. I don't know if it's a confidence thing. I don't know if it's physical.
Maybe that's not who he was. Maybe that's his that's his one golden. That was his golden ticket.
No, because that was the end of it. We had seen that from that first start he had in Arizona with the Patriots, right? That was the end of it. We had, from the first start that he had with the Patriots against the Arizona Cardinals in week 1 or whatever that season was, up until that Seahawks game, he was about that dude. We haven't seen that dude since. Yes and no. Because in the
Not
Super Bowl,
consistently. We haven't seen it consistently. There's a lot to talk about with this 49ers Seahawks game. Is this a must win for the 49ers? Take a look at the schedule. That answer is pretty definitive, even though we're only in week number 4 here. Also, we're going to introduce you to something called If This, Then That, based off the popular smart home app. It's not. I just know that there's an app called If This, Then That. And it pertains to the Sacramento Kings. We're going to have some fun with that. Again, a loaded show with Warren Moon, Quentin Mayo, Kyle Madson, all set to join us here with D-Lo and KC. This Friday edition of D-Lo and KC, this 49ers Friday edition, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
My man Brian West in the house. Yeah, you're good. My man Brian West. Bryant, yes and no. You're a 49er fan, so you know this. The second half of the season, the defense battled a lot of injuries. The running game was hit or miss with Breida getting hurt, Tevin Coleman getting all this other stuff. There are numerous games they had to win on Jimmy's arm. The Cardinals game at home, the Saints game, the Seahawks game that I talked about, numerous games they had to win on his arm, and he delivered. Absolutely, Melvin. You see, that's why I'm mixing it up, man. You know what I'm saying? You know, I typically like to coordinate with my colors, but today I'm coordinating with my heart. Giants, baby. Giants, late night. His retirement. He did what as a Wizard? Oh. Wow.
Jordan?
Yeah. Here's what I was going to ask you. I want to get your opinion. So yesterday we talked about the mega powers colliding.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked you, did you think it was going to happen?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like, and you were like, maybe, kind of. I saw a little bit. And it went a year and a half.
I mean, really, like from 4 to 5.
Uh-huh.
Like, I don't think anything really started until after WrestleMania 4.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, a little, I guess.
About a year. A year.
Yeah.
My question is, or my statement is, I don't think they could do that today.
A year-long storyline?
Yeah. Without people sniffing it out within like a month and be like, I'm telling you, he's gonna turn on it. Like, it's a different time, you know. We got different people that watch wrestling, right? Yeah. Back then it was, even if the adults knew it was fake, which they did, like they weren't blowing it. You know, they weren't having discussion
on Twitter and
yeah. And that's because you talked about how Raw like gives away the storyline like week to week, and that's a little knee jerk. But I wonder if they can do a prolonged storyline in this.
Well, you could do one longer than a show.
Yeah, absolutely. But like a mega power.
I'm trying to think, what's the longest storyline?
Warren says Roman Reigns is a long one, and it is. I don't think they know where the end is.
Story? Like,
just that he's dominant.
Oh, the story right now, sure.
Yeah,
but that's not.
They don't know what they're doing though.
Oh, Rock versus Cena is kind of cheating.
Yeah.
That's not a storyline. That's just a
build up to a match.
Yeah, but the Roman thing isn't a storyline. That's just character development.
True.
It's not a story because it's not leading to something.
Well, yeah,
unless it's leading to the law. You know, I mean, I guess we're leading to who beats him, but
that's what I'm saying. I don't think they know where they want to go with Roman.
Yeah,
like where they want to end it. I know they're like, this is what we want to ride with Islam, but they don't have it. Like I mentioned, they're not saying we're going to do this. So Damian Priest beats him in a year. Yeah. I don't think they have that set out.
Well, we know it's not Lashley, so like who's it going to be?
They really don't give it to Big E.
I don't know. Big E's getting his shine right now, so it might not be. It might not be Big E. I don't like right now. I have no clue who it could be.
I'd be a little
No
disappointed if WrestleMania didn't have like this monumental match for Roman.
Especially in Dallas, too.
Yeah. Ooh.
Shout out to the homie Ken Rudolph who's listening.
Shout out, Ken.
And always has some smart ass thing to tweet.
Is Ken an S starter?
Oh my God, bro. You serious? You serious? We send him the StreamYard link right now, boy. We be in trouble. Ken said, is this a throwback show? Kenny rocking the Joe Montana number 16, and Damien is wearing ... a denim shirt.
That's cold.
Is denim back and I missed that? Ken, first of all,
denim is kind of there though.
Ken doesn't have style. I love Ken. Ken comes to the show in like flip-flops or like Uggs, slippers. Like that's just, Ken is a t-shirt and a sweats guy. And he'll dress nice when it's time for television, but that's it.
Denim is in though, Ken. Denim is good.
Denim stay popping all the time. Yeah. Come on, Kenneth. Denim is Aloysius. Let's go, man.
Two things that don't go out of style, regardless of what people will tell you, is denim and leather. Now you got to be a rock star to rock leather. You got to be a rock star.
You can look like a rock star with a leather jacket. You probably need to be a rock star if you're rocking leather pants.
I'll wear some leather pants too.
Word?
Yeah.
You own leather pants?
No, I don't have any. I'll get some and wear some. No, I ain't tripping. I'm a star. You're a star.
I don't know. You're a star. I don't know that I'm Kenny Caraway star level to wear leather pants.
See, the thing about it though is
that's a special.
The thing about it is I say I'm a star, but I thought I was a star when I was still working at the state.
You were a star.
So that's why I'm like, yo, I'm gonna rock the leather pants.
So and you have to be an entirely different level of star to rock matching leather garments.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Catch me this winter.
You gonna rock it?
Matter of fact, Damien.
Oh Lord. What, Ken?
Ask me, am I gonna wear leather this winter?
Are you gonna wear leather this winter?
You tell me. You tell me.
I always know. So for those who haven't caught on, anytime Ken loads a new button into his little program here, they can't wait to use. He'll say, "Go ahead, ask me if we're live, Kenny."
Oh, it's live, pal.
There you go. We're live, pal. That's what it is. We're live here on ESPN 1320 49ers Friday, brought to you by McQueen and the Violent Ball, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. That's the superstar Kenny Caraway right there, man. As we gear up for the 49ers and the Seahawks, we'll talk about the Kings here coming up in just a few minutes. You'll hear some things Tristan Thompson had to say yesterday as well.
No, the moral of that story is you guys can all be superstars. Just in how you rock it. Superstar isn't how many followers you have or the platform you have. It's in your mind. It's in your heart. So all you guys can be superstars. Rock your leather this winter.
The true moral of the story is rock whatever the hell you want to.
That's facts.
If you think it's hot, it's hot.
You make it hot. They say, you make the clothes don't make you.
That's it. That's big facts right there. That's big facts. And I don't know what makes the 49ers right now other than
we're 2-1. That's what makes them the 49ers.
And that's
right? Everybody needs to quit acting like they're 0-8 right now. They're 2-1. They've got a big game that they need to win this Sunday. The urgency needs to be there. But all these funeral flowers, my goodness, it's kind of crazy. It's doom and gloom.
Let me ask you something. You confident in your squad?
Confident in what?
Your squad, your team.
Like what? To be a good team? Yes.
You're confident in what you've seen the first 3 weeks?
No, but I'm also looking at it like I don't expect them to play their best football in week 4.
Do you think they've played good football?
At times. Bits and parts of the game. They got to put together.
They've played good football in separate halves of each of the last 2 games.
in the last 2 games. Like it's so. This is the thing. This is why we have nuanced conversations. What do you mean by that? The offense has looked shoddy here and there. The defense, for the most part, all year has been fine. Even the secondary that everybody says trash. Only me and Eric Crocker feel like it hasn't been trash.
But they said the secondary is trash. People have said they've been worried about the secondary.
No, people have said it's trash.
Okay. Just you and Eric Crocker. No one else on the planet sees that the secondaries perform fine. Absolutely no one else.
But to
it's like you were the only person in the world who wanted Rashawn Holmes here in the Sacramento Kings jersey. Nobody else wanted that except for Kenny Caraway. Perhaps Eric Crocker too. We didn't ask him.
He said Aaron Brewski said it too, so I'll give him his props.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
Give Bruce flowers.
I'm just saying. The team is 2-1.
Mm-hmm.
They've got a very serious game this Sunday that they need to win.
Yeah.
They need to win.
This division gets awfully tough.
Winning
the division gets awfully tough if they lose this week to the Seahawks.
It gets awfully tough. But at the same time, this is what I say all the time. Everybody's so afraid of these other teams. They got to play the 49ers too. The 49ers ain't the Jaguars. You know what I'm saying? The 49ers ain't Kansas football. Like, they got to play them too. And I look at all these other teams. I look at the Rams and the Cardinals and things of that nature. And they're really good teams. The Rams are the best team in football, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
But they got to play the 49ers. You know what I mean? Like, if you're the 49ers, you'll have opportunities to either A, get back into it in the division, or hopefully stake your claim. Say, hey, we're in the driver's seat right now. You'll have opportunities. You got to take advantage of them. One of those opportunities is this Sunday. You got an opportunity maybe not to stake your claim in the NFC West, but you have an opportunity to really make it hurt for the Seattle Seahawks. And you need to take advantage of that. You need to take advantage for your own selfish reasons of trying to be 3-1 and look to start the process of eliminating one of your competitors in that division. It's a big game this weekend.
And I heard what you said. You said start the process. No one's getting eliminated this week. And even for us to say it's a big game, it's a stretch. Like it's week 4 of a 17-week season. What we're looking at, though, is the weeks ahead. They've got 2 more divisional games coming up. Now, luckily, all of these teams got to play each other, and it starts this week. We've got the Rams and the Cardinals coming up this week.
Mm-hmm.
In all likelihood, not guaranteed, but in all likelihood, someone's going to take an L in that game. So you look ahead.
I'd be mad if somebody didn't. I hate ties.
It happens. It happens.
And then they shorten overtime to 10 minutes. It's like, oh my gosh.
It happens. Sometimes you get a tie. But it gets difficult when you've dropped one to the Seahawks. Now you're sitting at 500 and you start looking around. Well, if the Rams are indeed the best team in football, got to figure out a way to get them. Cardinals are right. They're playing like a good football team. How they're going to look at the end of the season, it's another conversation. We'll wait and see. Same with the 49ers. We'll see how they look, as the season progresses. But right now in this moment, sometimes I think about this stuff from like a mindset standpoint, from a confidence standpoint. This team has flaws. This team has holes in it. Sure, you could look back at the last game and, Jimmy G led them to a potentially game-winning drive.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see, there's 32 quarterbacks in the league. You put maybe 30, maybe 29, 30 other quarterbacks back there. You might be walking away with a victory. Maybe closer to around 28. Start thinking about guys like Patrick Mahomes, maybe Lamar Jackson. Obviously, Aaron Rodgers is one of those guys. You put Brady back there. Those are difficult guys to beat.
Handful of guys.
Yeah, and that's it. So it's not no funeral flowers needed. To go back to what you were saying earlier.
Okay.
But I have some concerns. My biggest concern leading into this game is that the offense doesn't look sharp again. Not because it's multiple weeks, which, I mean, that'll play a factor. It'd be multiple weeks of them not looking good. But a bigger concern is the Seahawks are reeling on the defensive end.
Mm-hmm.
We had that, I gave you that number yesterday. It was 1,300 and some odd yards, the second most that they've given up in franchise history with through 3 games, with the most that they've given up being just last year. So this defense is now in year number 2 of being bad.
Mm-hmm.
of Pete Carroll not being able to fix it, and that's that staff over there not being able to fix it. If they, meaning the San Francisco 49ers, can't fix some of their offensive woes, I'm going to be a little concerned. And I know that's a what if, and I understand that. That's my concern leading into the game, is that we see something like we saw in the first half against the Packers, and it's like, man, the Packers defense wasn't great. You exposed them in the second half. Good. The Seahawks defense isn't great. Take advantage of that.
That is ideally what you would like to do. But I look at these games, and maybe, like I said, it's a little bit of the trauma, the PTSD of 10 years against Pete Carroll and Russell Wilson. I don't expect to see the worst defense in the league on Sunday in the Seahawks. I know that's what they are. Against the rest of the league. But when they play the 49ers, I'm expecting hard hitting, fast from sideline to sideline, playmaking type defense. That's just what I'm expecting. If you remember last year, I think the Seahawks were the worst defense in the game going into, I don't remember what week it was, but the first matchup between the 49ers and Seahawks in Seattle. And Seattle ended up playing probably their best defensive game of the year against that 49ers team. Something about Pete Carroll, something about those Seahawks, they get up naturally to play the 49ers. Then you take into account the fact that we talk about the 49ers and it's a big game and, you know, they need to win and all this other stuff. Some of that is a little bit paranoia and hyperbole. It is not that for the Seahawks. If they want any chance of, is it too much? I'll ask you, is it too much to say any chance of making the playoffs? They need to win this 49ers game on Sunday and not go to 1-3.
Given the division,
a lot of their season is on the line, literally.
Sure. We understand there's a certain level of hyperbole in these conversations.
Mm-hmm.
But your statement isn't outrageous. It's 1-3, and again, context is really important to this conversation. You're 1-3. Normally, you'd be a quarter way through the season. I guess now you're a little less than a quarter way through the season.
It's so off. I don't even know how to describe it.
But you're not playing well, and you're in arguably, maybe not arguably, the toughest division in the entire league.
Yeah.
So that's 3 losses isn't insurmountable. 3 losses in this division 4 weeks into the season starts to feel like, what's gonna suddenly turn around and you're gonna claw yourself out of this.
And on top of that, you're staring down the barrel of facing potentially the best team in the league or in the division the following game. And so if you're the Seahawks, if you don't get the win on Sunday, now you're 1-3 with the Rams coming to town on a short week on Thursday. That's ugly.
Who might be undefeated?
Yeah.
Someone in your division still going to be undefeated. Perhaps worst case scenario for the Seahawks, they're not. Perhaps worst case scenario is the Rams drop this game to the Cardinals. Mm-hmm. The Cardinals get everybody's attention, and the Rams look like, we got to go get. We can't drop another one here with Arizona playing the way that they are.
Right.
And you go into that Seahawks game with, and there's a lot of the teams in the NFC West, and I mean, the teams in the AFC West, they're going to be looking around their schedule doing the same thing.
Yep. Looking at these teams, looking at these matchups, and we're about 2 or 3 weeks away. Get to week 6, week 7. Couple of divisional matchups in the books. We're getting to the point where, okay, now we're going to start doing some math. Which you start looking at how many teams in our division have games left against other teams in the division. You start going through all of this stuff, and you start working out. Get to this, and it's not stuff you say out loud. It's stuff that you do internally. Mm-hmm. What's our goal here for the final 7 weeks of the season, 8 weeks of the season, or whatever it may be? And it's with these two, with the NFL West, as we've dubbed it, man, that's tough. Yeah, it's tough for all 8 of those teams. So I say all that thinking about the Seahawks perspective of it. They're gonna come in with their hair on fire.
Right now.
Yeah.
This week, yeah.
Yeah. So when you talk about, not just you, but just in general, you talk about the Seahawks having one of the worst defenses in the league. Like I said, I don't expect to see the worst defense in the league on Sunday.
Sure.
I expect to see them lighten it up on both sides of like their intensity, their focus. Will they actually be able to do it? I don't know. But they're going to be laser focused coming into this game. Russell Wilson, never in his career has he lost 3 games in a row. He ain't trying to start this year.
Yeah.
So that's why it's, you and I understand the premise of people saying, if the Niners don't get it going against the Seahawks on the offensive end, they got problems. I look at it where I don't expect to face the worst defense in the league. I expect to see a defense that's laser focused. Now, what the 49ers are going to have to do is they're going to have to take the starch out of the Seahawks early. They're going to have to remind them early that you can be as intense or locked in as you want. You don't have the horses, and they need to remind them of that early. They can't let them feel good about themselves.
So you talk about the Seahawks defense coming in laser focused because of the way the season has gone for them so far. Shouldn't the same thing be true for the 49ers offense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. So we'll see, who's able to do what. But both of it is going to be with who has the horses, because the Niners, they can be as laser focused as they want to on the offensive end. If they can't find a running back that can run the ball for more than 3 yards.
Kyle's going to have to throw the damn ball, man.
I agree. But you're
going to have Debo lining up back there. They're going to be alternating between Debo and Brandon Ayuk lining up in the backfield.
So here's the deal, though.
Trey Lance.
Here's the deal. You hear people all the time, especially throughout this week. They talk about the 49ers and what's going on. What are all the talking heads going to say? I think maybe me and you are the only one that said what you just said. Most of them will be like, they've got to get back to running the football.
Oh, geez, that's someone who's not watching the football game.
That's a cliche. That's what everybody says about any team that has an identity or something. Like, you got to get back to running the football. That's what you do. That's how you win. This team can't win. I heard Mike Holmgren this morning on our buddies on the morning roast, and I loved what he said. He was talking about in situations like that where you have a staple of something that you do and it's not working. Say in this case, running the ball. Well, you got to figure something else out. You got to pass. You got to pass. And maybe you have different passes that will go 3-4 yards in the air, get you 7 yards, and get you the yards that you would be looking for in the run game. But you can't just keep beating your head up against the wall that's saying, oh, we're a running team, we have to run, and you're getting 2 yards a pop. And you're all of a sudden every time 3rd and 8, something like that. You've got to adjust. I agree with everything that Mike Holmgren said. I agree with what you said. Shanahan has to be more open to throwing the football. And I think that's what he did for the most part in the game on Sunday. When he was like, yo, we gotta air it out a little bit to get back into it. That's when the offense started to have more success.
We see Trey Lance this weekend. And I'm talking about in his role. I'm not talking about is he going to start a half or do we see Trey Lance in his role against, at least until proven otherwise, a vulnerable Seahawks defense? I think the number of plays is it 8?
On the whole season?
Yeah.
Yeah, it might be like
because it was 4,
and then he had
0,
2 last week.
Oh, so it's 6.
Yeah.
So 4, 0, and 2.
Head, he had the touchdown run, and then he had the one where Juszczyk did the quarterback sneak. Well, he went under center.
Right. Wait, so really all he did was stand there.
Yeah.
He came on the field and he just stood there.
That was actually a pretty good play, by the way.
I appreciate the play. I actually hate that play because it feels like so many things could go wrong.
Uh-huh.
When they did it, I saw Juszczyk in motion and I thought, but it happens quick. You go, it's like, all right.
Yeah,
fine. But timing of the snap, I mean, it just feels like so many things could go. Yeah, I'm sure they work on it in practice, by the way. Game situations, Juszczyk's not used to taking the snap.
Yeah.
I just feel
Juszczyk's a
like
guy
so many things could go wrong there.
He's the guy I feel comfortable with in that scenario because I feel like he could do anything in the offense. He's an offensive lineman. He's a receiver. He's a running back. He's a quarterback. Like, I feel comfortable. If they would have had Debo come in there and do that, I'm like, no, don't do that. Don't do that. But Juszczyk, I think that's I felt good with that play.
Something about taking the snap, I think, adds an element to it where it's like, oh, okay, good. You got through it. That's tough.
Well, speaking of taking the snap, that reminds me. I need Alex Mack to play better. Alex Mack was not good in that game against the Packers. And I need him to play better. I need the whole offensive line. Everybody's got to step up, do their part in this game if the Niners want to come out of this with a win. It's not, and I know you know this, but it's not just Trey Sermon's got to run the ball better. Everybody's got to do their job.
Yeah.
Jimmy Garoppolo's got to lead the offense. The offensive line has to give phenomenal blocks and phenomenal protection to everybody involved. This is a game where if George Kittle can't play, or even the fact that you have guys down, it's really imperative that everybody excels at their job.
They have to play better than they did against Green Bay. They have to play better. That's it.
No slip-ups. Can't turn the ball over, none of that.
It's 49ers Friday, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. You know what it is. Go to drizzly.com. Have yours delivered right to your house. Go pick it up at whatever your favorite retailer is. NBA news today, KC. We knew this day was on the horizon, and it's here. Ben Simmons was due 25% of his salary, $8.25 million today, and the 76ers has said, nah, we're good. The Sixers are not paying Ben Simmons his $8.25 million payment due today. Sources tell Shams over at The Athletic that Simmons is still not showing up in Philadelphia and that he understands the ramifications. There are local reports coming out of Philadelphia that says there have been discussions about Ben Simmons actually showing up at training camp, but having a hamstring issue. And they didn't say hamstring issue. They said being injured.
We told you that's what I would do.
That's the move.
That's
the move.
It broke my back. Spinal.
Thank you for getting
my back is broken.
It's broken. Yes, indeed.
Is it a vertebrae or what? It's spinal. That's what I would do. I'd be like,
might be too late. By the way, I'm more apt to trust, not a knock on local, I think it was Jake Fisher, not a knock on that. Looking more at Shams, I feel like Shams probably connected to Clutch maybe a little bit more than some of these other people are. And by the way, you might be at the point of no return with Ben Simmons and showing up in Philadelphia. Because like, what do you really? What do you do after yesterday? Like,
how do you walk in that locker room?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea.
And what we're referring to is Joel Embiid. He let it all out yesterday. You know, I'm paraphrasing here, but he was like, they've done everything to make sure Ben Simmons was accommodated in Philadelphia. Signing Al Horford was because of Ben Simmons.
Buy any of that garbage. I absolutely buy all of it. That's cap. That is such trash. You're telling me they signed Al Horford for Ben Simmons?
Yeah.
I don't believe that for a second. That was a poor ass signing from your mans, and they're passing it off on Ben Simmons because they know that he is essentially dead to the franchise and the fan base.
But you remember,
that's garbage.
You remember,
garbage.
They're connected.
How?
They couldn't keep Jimmy Butler because of Ben Simmons. That's what he said. So you went out and they had to make a move. Move. Go ahead. My bad.
So that's Jimmy Butler leaving is Ben Simmons' fault too.
Yes. I told you what the scenario was.
I know you did. I just don't believe it all. This is all really freaking convenient. You know, Ben Simmons isn't around, and suddenly all of Elton Brand's problems from the last 3 years fall on the shoulders of Ben Simmons? Give me a break. That is trash. They're burying the dude because he's already dead.
Here's what I will say about this. You're not completely you're not completely wrong.
Break.
You're not completely wrong. But if anybody's paid attention, they have been so what's the word I'm looking for? I don't want to say submissive or anything, but they have coddled Ben Simmons for the last 3 years. Anybody says a bad word about Ben Simmons? No, you just don't know basketball. No.
That's Doc Rivers.
The Jimmy Butler situation, Jimmy, I'm gonna stay, but I want to bring the ball up. I want to be the main guy. Who you're not taking Ben Simmons' spot, so you can go, Jimmy.
That's their problem. That's Elton Brand's problem. That's Philadelphia's problem. How's that Ben Simmons' problem?
They're not.
What did Ben Simmons say? Get Jimmy Butler out of here?
They're not saying that. They're saying they kept him or didn't keep him for Ben Simmons.
That's their fault. That's their error. That's Philadelphia's error. That's not on Ben Simmons, and that's not how Joel Embiid presented it.
We also gotta stop out here giving Ben Simmons a pass. Like everybody acting like poor Ben Simmons
isn't getting a pass. They're just killing him because he's not around anymore, which is trash.
Everybody acting like poor Ben Simmons right now.
Dude, we'll step out. We'll come back. More of D'Lo and KC on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
If you want to continue or wait till the
we'll wait. No, go ahead. Go ahead. There's no point in waiting. Let's talk with the crew that's here. Go ahead.
Ben Simmons is the one that ain't show up.
That's fine. I'm not trying to give Ben Simmons a pass. I'm just saying don't rewrite history. That's what they're doing, is they're rewriting history. Elton Brand sucks. He's been an awful general manager since the second he was handed the job. But now all of a sudden, it's really convenient to blame all of the faults all of the mistakes that he has made over the course of the last couple of years on the guy who's not going to be around anymore. That's like pinning the murder on the guy who was just murdered. So, you know who did it? Old boy down the street. The one that died. He did. And he killed all 10 of them people. They're blaming everything. And the way Joel talked yesterday, he wasn't framing it as, oh, here's what the organization was doing. He was like, hey, it's Ben's fault we did this. It's Ben's fault we did that.
Yeah, but
that's trash. You can bury Ben Simmons all you want to for not showing up. I don't care if you do that. But framing all of Philadelphia's mismanagement on Ben Simmons is garbage.
That's not fair. That absolutely isn't fair, because I'm not saying you didn't, but I watched the video of Joel Embiid in there saying what he said. And Joel, number one, let's also remember the story came out that Ben Simmons said he don't want nothing to do with Joel Embiid, and his game isn't conducive to what he wants to do. So Joel didn't just start saying this stuff out of nowhere. There was a report that a couple days ago, Ben Simmons said that. And Joel simply is basically like, yo, like, that's kind of, I'm surprised that you would say something like that, because this is what this organization has done to make sure things were conducive to you. This is what this organization has done to make sure things are conducive to you. This is what has happened because we wanted to make sure things were conducive to you. And then you come out and say, oh, this game ain't conducive to me. Really? That's more so of where that came from. It wasn't like Joel just out of nowhere said, I'm going to go at Ben Simmons.
I don't care.
This came out the other day.
He can respond to Ben Simmons. I don't care about that. But saying we got rid of Jimmy, which I still think was a mistake, the reason we got Al Horford was for Ben Simmons, is garbage. That is absolute garbage. Joel could say whatever he wants to about Ben's remarks about their games together. I'm not defending Ben Simmons. What I'm saying is acting like Philadelphia's problems are because of Ben Simmons is garbage.
The Al Horford one, they didn't have to sign him.
They absolutely did not. And everybody looked at that sideways.
The Jimmy Butler thing, that's the one that I think that's 100% factual. And if anybody knows Joel, Jimmy and Joel love each other. And Jimmy, the story is Jimmy would have stayed if he could be the primary ball handler.
Well, why is that Ben's fault that Philadelphia made the decision to pick Ben over Jimmy?
It's not Ben's fault.
That's not Ben's fault.
It's not Ben's fault, but Ben's got to wear that. Ben's got to wear.
He didn't make that decision.
When he comes out,
Marvin Bagley have to wear being drafted number 2?
When he comes out, but you got to be real about the whole thing. When it comes out that he didn't have a press conference, he's not talking to nobody. But the second you come out and you talk about somebody on that team that has stayed quiet, has supported you the whole time, and you're like, yo.
But did he? Supported you the whole time. He threw the Game 7 loss on him. Supported him the whole time.
I'll tell you this, Damian. I'm pretty confident I'm not the only one that felt the same way about Ben Simmons 3 years ago. Like, you could see this. You could see this. If I could see it, I'm sure Joel could see it. I'm pretty sure Joel could see it.
So how are you
And
going to
he
say
didn't
that Joel?
Nothing. He hadn't said nothing until Game 7. He hadn't said nothing for 3 years until
And you're
Game
saying
7.
Ben Simmons didn't do a press conference. He came out and said, I'm sorry, I ain't heard from Ben Simmons.
What you mean he didn't
Send
do
me
that?
that video. I ain't heard Ben Simmons say a negative thing about Joel Embiid. I haven't heard Ben Simmons say anything about their game.
He hasn't been quoted on anything, but the reports came out. That's all. And I'm saying that's what Joel was responding to. The reports came out. He was responding to that.
He wasn't. It didn't sound like he was responding to reports to me. It sounded like he was responding to Ben Simmons.
No, because he specifically said it's disappointing to hear that come out. That's what I'm saying. I watched him say it. He said it's disappointing and it's shocking to hear that come out when this happened, this happened, this happened, this happened.
So 49ers Friday brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. We're sitting here talking, arguing about this audio. Let's just play it. This Joel Embiid.
Like I said, it is disappointing, but I feel like, over the years, the way our team has been built around, like you look at last year, you got the whole starting lineup shot. I was the world's three-point shooter of the starting lineup, and I shot 38% from three. We've always had shooters, and I feel like I can really play with anybody, and I can make anybody be better on the court. But I don't necessarily need shooters. But I feel like over the years, you look at when we saw out, it's because we needed a stretch five just to make sure that that was for him. And I, most of my career, I've had to kind of step out to the 3-point line quite a bit, which I don't mind. I like to be, a basketball player. I like to do everything on the basketball court, but I feel like our teams have been built, whether it's the shooting needed, the stretch five, and all that stuff. I feel like he's always had it.
So I'm going to pull it right there because, one, I really miss Zoom calls when the basketballs weren't bouncing in the back of post-practice interviews. But you get the gist of it. It goes on talking about Al Horford. He goes on to talk about we got rid of Jimmy Butler, which I still think was a mistake, just to make sure he had the ball in his hands. If you're just tuning in, we were arguing all through the commercial break about this, but Ben Simmons has the Philadelphia 76ers will not pay Ben Simmons the 25% of his salary due today because of not showing up to training camp. Now, that has long been discussed about what they would do. Everybody knew this day was coming when Ramona Shelburne joined us. Mm-hmm. She brought this day up specifically. She said, yo, guys, it's next week that Joel is due 25%. He's already gotten 25% of his salary. He's due the next 25% of his salary on the 5th day of training camp. And here we are. And there are now what happens next. Again, it's a thing people are debating. My guess is Philadelphia is just going to hold tight. Now, I don't know what happens once Ben Simmons gets traded. I assume he gets the salary minus fines.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure how all that works, or if he doesn't get traded, then he just loses the $8 and potentially $33 million.
And there's a report out there from Ramona Shelburne that says that Ben Simmons and his team, Rich Paul, they're willing, as crazy as it sounds. Maybe it's just a game of chicken here, but they're saying they're willing to lose the $33 million to sit out the season. They'll never play in Philly. If it ever comes to that, it'll be interesting to see if that's how they really go about it. But they're getting it out there right now that there's nothing. We know $33 million is on the line. We'll eat that just to never come back.
Man, I don't know. Like, if you're, I'd be fascinated to ask, like, how do you handle this as in like Clutch? Like, if you're Clutch Sports, how do you handle this? Because one, the agency's losing money. Rich Paul is losing money. Mm-hmm. And how do you, like, what do you tell your client? You know what I mean? Like, what is that conversation right now? I mean, now Rich may be very well advising him, bro, you got to go. Like, let's work through this. Mm-hmm. Like, behind closed doors, Rich Paul may be saying, You got to let us work through this. We'll figure it out. We know that they don't want you. And I think that's an important aspect that everybody seems to have forgotten is we're talking about reports. Because remember, Ben Simmons ain't said a word. He ain't said nothing. But there are reports about how he feels. Well, Philadelphia ain't said a word. But there are reports. They don't want Ben Simmons. They want Ben Simmons back so they can start the season hoping that he plays well, hoping that the team is winning, hoping that they're the top team in the Eastern Conference and his trade value goes up. They have no desire for Ben Simmons to play the year, much less multiple years with them. They want him out of there almost as bad as he wants to be out of there. But how Rich Paul frames this to his client is so fascinating to me.
Yeah, I would think
Philadelphia right now ain't losing nothing.
I would think that he would frame it as they'll trade you at some point. They're not going to go a whole season and just have like getting no production. You know what I mean? Like not going to trade you and get somebody back that can produce for us, have you sit out. Like they're not. And I find it hard to believe they go a whole year doing that too. Like that would be the term cutting off your nose to spite your face. Like, yeah, you're proving a point, but you're killing your team in the meantime. Get somebody in there that can help your team out right now. While you have a guy like Joel Embiid, who we know his injury history, who knows? He may be on borrowed time with being able to play at this level of basketball, you know, and this long. You got to get in there, get somebody in there that can help you out. So there's that. But I just want to ask the question because my perception of what Joel said was Joel was asked the question about a report that came out a couple days before about Ben Simmons saying his game isn't conducive to playing with Joel Embiid. And that's where Joel answered what he answered. What would you have wanted Joel to say in that situation?
I don't have a problem with anything Joel said about being disappointed, disrespectful. I don't have a problem with any of that. My problem lies in the Al Horford remark and the Jimmy Butler remark, because what he did is he framed it's disrespectful. I'm fine with all of that. Joel's got to sit up there and answer these questions. He's answering in that regard. He's answering them honestly. My issue is he's framing the deal to go like Ben Simmons was sitting with Elton Brand going, you know what we need? We need Al Horford. You know who will help me? Al Horford will help me. And he laid out the reasons why. Oh, he's a stretch. He could pull up. It all makes sense. He needs shooters. We need shooters around him because who's been saying that? Everybody on the planet. Literally. Kenny Caraway, every day during Ben Simmons season. Got to have shooters around him. He's got to be the third best player, the fourth best player on the team. You've got to have guys around him who can score. Al Horford can score. We could stretch the four. Joel talks about how he likes to stretch the five. He likes that part. He doesn't do it a lot, but he likes it. I don't like the fact that they framed that move as something that had to do with Ben Simmons. Now, internally, maybe it did, but that's not Ben Simmons' fault. That's Elton Brand's fault. Jimmy Butler leaving. You say Jimmy wanted the ball more. You say Jimmy and Joel are thick as thieves. Cool. Good. Then Elton Brand and that management group should have said, so the deal is we could keep Jimmy if we get rid of Ben. Ooh, okay. Maybe we need to do that. Maybe we need to discuss that. Is it a wash? Can we keep Ben instead of Jimmy? Like there's no hurdles for either. Maybe we should keep Jimmy. Jimmy should be our guy. But they framed it as Jimmy walked because of Ben Simmons. It's not Ben Simmons' fault. That's Philadelphia's fault. That's Elton Brand's fault. That's my problem with this, is they're framing Philadelphia's mistakes as faults of Ben Simmons. Now you could, and I hear you. You're saying all of that stuff is accurate in that Al Horford was supposed to help Ben Simmons. Jimmy did leave because Ben Simmons needs the ball in his hand. But the way I heard it, Joel was framing it as it's Ben Simmons' fault they're gone. When it's not. It's the Philadelphia 76ers' fault that Al Horford came in on that ridiculous contract and Jimmy Butler left to go to Miami.
You're right. You're 100% right with that. The Philadelphia 76ers in the front office, they have all the control over what they do, and they have to be responsible for the decisions they make or they don't make. I just looked at Joel as two things. Number one, he's having like a really real moment where I mean, you can say, he's not being truthful and honest, literally, because it still is the Sixers' fault. But he's like, in layman's term, and in regular speak, he's like, dog, how can you say that about me when we chose you all the time? Like, that's how he's saying it.
No,
like, we chose you. How are you going to say that about me when we chose you all the time?
No, I get it. I get it. But what social media say? Because what happens? The clip gets isolated. Mm-hmm. The sentence gets structured together with the little dot at the end to show you, oh, there's more to this, but I only have so much space. So I'm going to skip to this next part. So it reads very differently than what he actually said.
That's absolutely how
and
it goes
that's the information that gets passed along. Like there's a lot of conversation in this country nowadays about misinformation. Misinformation lives in the social media world. And while some of the information, Joel Embiid, may be accurate, the way it's presented is inaccurate.
That's true.
And that's my issue with it.
That's true. That's 100% correct. Absolutely.
And still, no clue how this comes to a conclusion.
I don't either. We're in the postseason here. We're in the playoffs of Ben Simmons season.
We skipped the play-in. We're in the playoffs.
I also liked I don't know if I liked, because I don't really care that much, but I understand. I got a little bit of Joel sitting there and saying, look, man, he's not here. I find it disrespectful. We got guys coming out here busting our butts trying to get ready for the season, and we got to deal with all this. And he's the leader. Joel's the leader.
Good with that.
He named guys specifically. He stuck up for Seth and Shake Milton and Tobias and all this other stuff. So I think a little bit of that had to do with him sounding off as well.
100%. And I also think what's left to be said? Like we're 4 or 5 days into camp. Like, yo, I don't know if Daryl Morey spoke or not. I truthfully can't remember. I know Doc did, because Doc shoved his foot deeper in his mouth on media day. And it's like, yo, what left needs to be asked? Like, focus on your squad here. Focus on the team that's out there. Focus on Joel Embiid. Focus on being the best team in the Eastern Conference. Focus on getting to the conference finals. Focus on knocking off the Milwaukee Bucks or the Brooklyn Nets or whoever may be in front of you. And if Ben Simmons is everything that Doc Rivers insinuated, if Ben Simmons is everything that Joel Embiid insinuated following Game 7, you good. Got Shake Milton.
Shake.
Got Seth. You straight. Go play ball. And you got Joel, who played like an MVP last year. I hope he can do it again. I mean, I'm a fan of Joel Embiid, but these guys got to be at some point. You got to put a mandate down. Like, God, like, what do you want us to do? Like, what more do you want us to say?
What'd you say?
Oh, Jesus!
What more do you want from me?
There ain't nothing left to be said, man. There ain't nothing left to be said in regards to Ben Simmons.
Since we're on the NBA, and we got King specific stuff that we want to talk about.
We do.
But we're on the NBA, and I just want to ask you something. Looking around the league and trying to figure some stuff out. All the COVID restrictions and vaccines and everything. Do you still have the Nets as the favorite in the East today? Knowing that Kyrie may not be vaccinated, may not play half the games, the home games.
So can I tell you, I think that's a work. I think Kyrie is either in the process of becoming fully vaccinated or will get fully vaccinated.
Do you think what I think about Kyrie? That he is the ultimate contrarian. Like I said, I mentioned the other day, if 95% of the league was like, we're not getting the vaccine, Kyrie would be like, come on, guys, just get the vaccine. I'm telling you, I'm vaccinated. Let's go.
Yeah. I think, man, I think Kyrie is, I have a word in mind and I don't want to use it. I don't think Kyrie knows what he's talking about on any topic. So I'll just that is as respectfully as I could put it. Like remember the flat earth thing? Yeah. He was talking about, the earth is flat. And then just like a couple months later, I don't believe that. Like, wait, what? Like you were defending it like a couple of weeks. So you're either not very bright, and I don't think that's the case, or you're just full of crap. And I kind of think Kyrie is full of crap. You know who I think Kyrie wants to be? And I hope you understand what I mean when I say this. But the big difference is he can't stop talking. I think he wants to be Cap. He wants to be Colin Kaepernick. He wants to be the guy who like led something. Now, Cap, you talk about not hearing from somebody outside of accepting some awards, a trailer for his show on Netflix. I ain't heard a peep from Cap. Not a podcast, not a sit down, not Oprah, not Stephen A. Nobody. Right. But Kyrie want to go in front of everybody and tell him how he feels. Cap told you how he felt once for 18 straight minutes. Told you everything. Now he went on to answer questions the remainder of the year, and it continued to be a focal point in conversations the remainder of the year. But really dive down deep into how he felt. He told you first time that grainy picture was snapped for 18 straight minutes. Kyrie will talk about anything for 18 straight minutes and won't make no damn bit of sense. My ultimate belief is Kyrie either is or will be vaccinated and will not miss anything close to 41 games. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320, KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge. Are they still your favorite?
No. And it's a little tighter. I thought they were the clear favorite, but I haven't necessarily decided between them and Milwaukee right now. Okay. Because of Kyrie not being there for half the games at least. You know what I mean? That's part of the equation. That's part of what makes them great. Now, James and KD are great in themselves, but Kyrie is what takes them to a whole nother level. So it's going to be interesting. It's interesting what you said about him trying to be like Cap. That's an interesting point. That's a fair point that I never thought of. I do think that Kyrie's the ultimate contrarian. And I think that
agree.
Kyrie is the type of person, and a lot of people are saying, he's like Kanye, and I've seen that in the chat and things of that nature. I don't know how malicious Kyrie's intents are when he does stuff. I honestly just kind of feel like Kyrie is the type of person where if you try to force him to do something, he's just going to push back. It could be forcing him to do the right thing, forcing him to do the wrong thing. Think about all the issues that he's had. This is when people try to force him, the bubble. You have to go and stay. Well, Kyrie's the type of person, I don't have to do anything. Like you can ask me, we could work this together, but you ain't gonna tell me what to do.
When you set strict rules for something.
Yeah. You ain't gonna tell me what to do. And Kyrie, I forgot what the other one was. Because there was one thing where looking back in hindsight, he was on the right side of history. I don't know. I don't think this will be one of the things if he doesn't get vaccinated. But didn't he do the thing where he paid for the WNBA's wobble?
Yeah.
I mean, he
does a lot of good. Like that's like his.
He wants to go to the beat of his own drum all the time.
He does.
Yeah.
Even when that beat is really kind of sporadic and not in rhythm.
Right. That's right. That's all he cares about is his beat of his own drum.
There was I don't know if you saw this clip, but there was a game where I think it was Milwaukee was playing on it was like an old school themed court.
Oh yeah, the Mecca. They were playing at the Mecca.
And Kyrie was out there at shoot around going, I don't know. I don't know if this is safe. Like like I'll have to see, if like it's an old court. Like I'll have to see. Like I don't know. It doesn't feel right. And the guy, one of the reporters goes, "No, it's a brand new court. It just looks like the old one." And he just goes, "Yeah, we'll see. I know this isn't like a basketball court I've ever stepped on." And it's like, what? What are you talking about? He thought he was stepping on a court from the 1950s. And the guy was like, "No, it's a new court with the retro theme." And Kyrie's like, "Yeah, I know this isn't like any court I've stepped on before." Kyrie, it's literally every court you've ever stepped on. But all right, like he got it in his mind that this court was old, so it was dangerous. And in his mind, when he stepped on it, "Oh, I know it's fresh. It doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel. I knew as soon as I stepped on it." Kyrie, the court's never ever been played on. Like it. Okay, man. And I think everybody was just like dumped. Like, "Oh, okay, Kyrie. Like whatever you say."
That man's a piece of work. He's a piece of work, man.
He's different.
But it's interesting you say that about it's all the work. Yeah.
I just don't believe.
I can see that. Because remember we said the other day, he didn't say whether he was vaccinated or not.
Right.
He just said, "I want to keep it to myself."
But we all, like, just by the fact you're not there, tells us either you're not or it's a work. Like you're not there for some reason. And guys can talk about the vaccine being private all they want to. We're gonna know. Like it's HIPAA, as your boy in Dallas would say.
Dak, but didn't Kyle Kuzma came out and said something real wild?
Oh God, what Kyle Kuzma said?
I gotta tell you, it was like
Kings legend Kyle Kuzma.
It was like something that people deemed as being just. We want to talk about being too woke or trying to be too woke. It was Kyle Kuzma. I gotta find it.
I saw what Draymond said.
I did. I saw that too.
I saw what Draymond said, and I saw that LeBron co-signed it. And I thought, boy,
I really got to stop co-signing stuff, man.
Like, wow. Like, I don't know about you, but I know they're close. When my friends say something stupid, I'd be like, "Yo, dude, that was stupid. What are you doing?" But LeBron out there, facts, Draymond, speak the truth, brother. Realest thing I ever heard. Like, word.
You're doing too much, bro.
Man, you know what? I like. I feel like shooting them a note. You know that. You know, there's some pretty dangerous vaccination rates with pregnant Black women, and pregnant women, period, are at one of the greatest risks to not only to get the disease, but get really, really, really ill from the disease. Yeah. And Black women have the lowest vaccination rate of pregnant women, period.
Right.
May want to shoot that over to LeBron. Be like, well, you were all about it last summer. Maybe you should look a little deeper into these numbers before you start co-signing your boy. And I'll be honest, Draymond can say whatever he wants to. When there's a lot of, whether it's entertainers or athletes, that I'm genuinely curious how they feel on a subject. Draymond Green is not one of them.
No.
And Mr. First Page, LeBron James, is not one of them. I have tremendous respect.
Mr. First Page.
I have tremendous respect for what LeBron James has done community-wise and social-wise. But I also know a lot of times when I hear him talk, he's either talking points or he's feeding a line of BS. When it comes to social issues, I do not care what LeBron James says. I'm glad he talks about them.
Right.
But he's not a guy that I turn to where I go, like, I'm really curious what LeBron thinks about this. He's just not on that list.
Yeah. Chappelle, who the blank cares what Ja Rule got to say about this?
Now, Ja Rule's on my list. Holla. We oh man,
Ron,
man.
Yeah, Ron.
I need to go see what Kyle Kuzma said, because I'm
I gotta
curious.
find it specifically.
Andrew Wiggins, on the other hand, same scenario, different player. I think Andrew Wiggins is just. I just don't think he's going to do it.
I think that's not a work.
Yeah, I don't think it is. Like this with Kyrie, that's in his character. with Andrew Wiggins, and I don't know. It's okay. It's dude, and I think everyone's like, whatever. You ain't Kyrie. Like, it's fine. Do what you do. We had this. We had a. I don't want to call it a game. It's not a game. It's not a game. But
not a game that we love.
We were talking about yesterday. This Sacramento Kings team can make the playoffs and we would name one thing. If this happens, the Kings can make the playoffs. So we came up with creating different scenarios where it's like if this then that. Like, for example, if Tyrese Halliburton doesn't take a big step forward, then what? What does that mean for the Sacramento Kings? We're going to dive into that. You're going to hear from Triston Thompson, the new leader of the kingdom.
Our fearless leader,
Triston Thompson. You'll hear what he said following practice. He'll hear him talk about his past with LeBron James, paying it forward. And you'll hear our man Jason Anderson, big fan of the show. Jason Anderson is ask him about his roles, potentially the new Iman Shumpert. For those who were with us on Media Day, like 4 days ago, you heard us reference that. You'll hear Triston Thompson's response to that, and you'll hear from the Hall of Famer Warren Moon.
The Hall of Famer.
He joins us coming up here in 15 minutes on Sacramento's #1 sports station. He joins us in 15 minutes on this 49ers Friday, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I love talking basketball, man.
Yeah. This is what I live for. You guys hear that? You hear that? Look, Damon, you hear this? Can you hear it?
I don't hear anything.
That's because I got this new mouse.
Oh, my man.
I got the new quiet mouse. Let's go.
I love it. That's fantastic. Fantastic. Oh, no. Someone tagged. Oh, dear.
Ooh.
Someone tagged us. I just said the tag says hashtag put him in a box. I was like, oh my gosh, what is this? And I click on it, and it's a picture of R. Kelly and Aaliyah.
Oh my!
Like in a promotional ad. Like, oh,
yeah.
Yep, that's
what?
That's definitely in a box. That box doesn't come out.
That box
it's
is
dusty.
That box is staying. It's staying where it's at for
ever.
Oh, look who's tweeting.
Uh-oh. Who's tweeting? Monty McNair?
Andy Bailey.
Oh, dear. He's tweeting you?
No, he's just tweeting in general. You don't.
I ain't following Andy Bailey.
He don't roll over here. I don't follow him, and he's not on any of my lists.
You just made the list.
Or
Casey went to Best Buy and said, give me the loudest mouse you have. I'm doing that, huh? Okay.
Oh, it's live, Hal.
I feel like Macho Man was a small package type of guy. Oh man, the no context there is that's wild. That's a wild quote.
Macho Man ain't done nothing to nobody.
That's a wild quote. Especially if you don't know nothing about wrestling. That's just a wild quote right there. Look at my boy Terrence Davis just not missing. Elite shooting.
The hammer. I see you.
Oh, there he goes, missing.
Settle down, Tiger. Settle down.
As I speak up on him. Yeah.
We'll probably save that. We should probably go back to. Jeez. Well, who cares? It's fucking Friday. Let's do whatever we want.
Do it live. God damn it, we'll do it live.
Oh, it's live, Hal.
That's Jesse, you gotta send me the clip of like Sid. I have to see that.
Wait, what? Josina Anderson talked to Deshaun Watson? Deshaun Watson talks Lamar Jackson, Browns versus Vikings.
Wow.
I guess didn't talk anymore. Good for Josina. Go out there
You see,
doing
she
her
got
own
that
thing.
new show coming. She got a new show coming out with Morris Chestnut,
She's with
Brian Urlacher.
Sorry, what?
Yeah, Brian Urlacher. There's another guy that I don't know who he is. I guess who the fourth member is. Josh Norman. How's this supposed to happen?
I guess that injury was a little worse than we thought. Jeez.
Hey, real quick, Dame. I know you hear that. I want to be specific when I say this. I want to make sure I got the right wording here. Can't find it. But I feel like I saw the other day, 25 something years ago, maybe it was 20 years ago, Equimini dropped. Did you see that?
I didn't.
Equimini. What was it? 23 years ago.
Okay.
That would have been Wednesday.
Okay.
Equimini dropped.
Yeah. One of Outkast's best albums for sure.
I don't know. I go back and forth. It's either ATLians or Equimini. I don't know.
Yeah, for second. It's either it was one of those two after Southern Playlistic. Cadillac funky music. Boy, James Ham posting all the practice gems today.
Boy, James, that guy got that camera working.
He got Bagley out there draining threes in the corner with the guards. Got Terrence Davis, the most elite shooter on the Sacramento Kings, according to one Kenny Caraway, hitting shots from all over the court. Yeah, Ham got the goods over there on social media.
They're going to practice over the weekend, aren't they? They don't take weekends off, huh? Training camp.
Yeah, I don't think there is a such thing as a weekend in professional sports. I would guess maybe they're off tomorrow. And then practice Sunday, gear up for Monday?
Yeah, they started on Tuesday. So, yeah.
Or maybe they practice tomorrow, do something light Sunday, and then gear up for Monday against Phoenix. I don't know. I have no idea the practice schedule, but I got to imagine it's something like that.
They're really vibing out at Kings training camp, though. There's a lot of good vibes going on over there.
Well, I was watching I think it was it the Kings video? No, it was Sean Cunningham. Sean. Davion
going crazy on that Kings video. Boy.
That thing's good. I got to see how many views that thing has had, because that's got to be retweeted all over the NBA.
People were passing out on their. People wanted it injected in their veins. Like, woo, great.
That's what everybody was waiting to see. There it is. De'Aaron versus Davion. Oh, it's not outrageous. It's at 6.3 thousand views right now.
It's not that much.
I mean, it is a good number, but I thought it would be. I mean, I thought it would be circulating all over the NBA right now. That's a good video, though. Woo, that's a good video. And Tristan Thompson, there he is, leading the cheerleading.
Look at that,
Tristan Thompson, the leader of the kingdom. We're going to talk more about the Kings as the day rolls along. We've kind of tore up the format here on today's show. We got into some conversations. I'm doing a Kenny Caraway. I'm tearing up everything that I worked on for the 4 hours prior to the show. Normally, Kenny does it. Today, I'm doing it because I want to dive more back into the Sacramento Kings. Tristan Thompson spoke yesterday, and Tristan just continues to. Tristan's that dude, man. He's going to be that guy for Kings fans this year. What his role will be on the floor, find out. We'll all find out together. But from a leadership perspective, it sure sounds like Tristan Thompson has kind of, in a very quick fashion, gained the respect and I don't know if adulation is the right word of his teammates.
Super impressive, man. Super impressive.
And the fan base, not just his teammates, but the fan base as well.
It seems everything so far, everybody seems to love Tristan, man. Love Tristan. Not just like, oh, he's cool. Like, nah, this is our guy.
You heard Tristan Thompson on Media Day with Dealing with KC. You'll hear from Tristan Thompson again as the show rolls along. I want to dive back into the 49ers. It is a 49er Friday, after all, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world. And I'm glad you said that. The reason I want to transition back to the 49ers, because Warren Moon's going to join us coming up in about 8 minutes. Now, last time Warren joined, can you be on your best behavior? Last time, Warren, I think Warren had to tell you, Mr. Moon, the Hall of Famer, hey, calm down, buddy. Like, take it easy, pal. Like, you were worked up for 49ers week, and I think he thought you was about to jump through the phone, try to sack him. He's like, hey, man, I got a red jersey on. Relax.
You know what? It's funny you say that because I was thinking about this yesterday or the day before, something like that. That Packers loss took a little bit of starch out of Seahawks week. I don't know if you can see it. I don't know if you can tell, but now it's more of nervous energy because they need to win this game on Sunday. It's a big game. Whereas if they were 3-0 going to that, you're feeling good. You beat the Packers, and you got an opportunity to crush the Seahawks. And now it's like, man, we just trying to hold on here, trying to hold on till we get to the bye week in 2 weeks. So it zapped a little bit of the starch out of Seahawks week for a lot of 49ers people. Plus, people in 49er land did nothing but complain all week. Complain and point fingers. Who's to blame? Take a knee at the one, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, that's the one I can't ride with.
We spent 2 days arguing about Kyle Shanahan.
Well, we can make it a third. Hell, I thought we should have done a simulcast with Bonte and Butcher Boy Joe Shasky, the Morning Roast. Apparently, they've been having these same discussions. It spilled over to social media. I align myself with Team Bonte. You're already aligned with Butcher Boy. But, of course, Butcher Boy, the ultimate diffuser, jumps in. No, D. Here's what happened. And he lays the whole thing out, and it's like, I can't ram your head into a steel cage after you cut a babyface promo. What am I supposed to do with that? So the whole
Damian was about to cut the promo, and then he said, wait, let me start over. And they're like, we're live, pal.
We're live, pal. Like, hey.
Oh, it's live, pal.
You can't start over. And that's what Butch did. It was, well, all right. Again, you can't cut a promo on someone who just baby-faced you, and that's what happened there. But we have argued extensively about Kyle Shanahan. It appears Ben Simmons has taken Kyle Shanahan's place here early in today's show. But let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Because this was a nugget that I picked up on listening to the Candlestick Chronicles this morning with Kyle Madson and Chris Peterman. Kyle Shanahan seems to be getting a little bit defensive about the quarterback position. And we had seen and you brought this up, to our attention earlier in the week where, Kyle Shanahan had said, look, there's no quarterback competition. And as we were laying out the show, you're like, do you really believe him? Like, I mean, what is he looking at with Jimmy Garoppolo, and what does he want to see from Trey Lance? And we were kind of talking about all of these things before the show started, to different days throughout the week. But what I found out was, to add context to that, Chris Biederman was the one who asked the question. Chris asked Kyle what he needed to see from Trey Lance for him to be involved in the game plan this weekend. And Chris laid out, and clearly Kyle Shanahan took it a different way. Chris laid it out as, we've seen Trey Lance play 4 snaps. We've seen him play not at all. We saw him play a couple in a minimal role against Green Bay. The question was, what do you need to see from him to be more involved in the game plan? Kyle responds, there's no quarterback competition here. There's no quarterback battle, so it doesn't matter. Okay. But what about getting Trey Lance involved in the offense? So I feel like, as my partner would say, he's feeling the heat a little bit.
Yeah, I could imagine that for sure. I mean, this is
and by the way, I think this was at the same time that the Brady article came out.
Yeah.
So it's
let me say
there's a
this.
lot coming at Kyle right now.
I would understand him being a little testy at that particular moment. Like, I understand it. I understand. I would like to think that if I was Kyle Shanahan, I'd be a little more suave, with my answers, a little more smooth. But I could understand if I was on edge. Plus, we just lost. Nah.
I don't think Kyle's smooth. I think he's normally composed.
Yeah.
I think he's normally composed. I think
he's highly irritable.
There it is. I think that's true.
I think Kyle is irritated by all this stuff that he has to do as a head coach.
He's irritated about talking to us. He's irritated about talking to the media. Week. Yeah, that irritates him. Everything else, he's good with. This stuff, this annoys him because he knows we're looking for something. We're waiting for him to slip.
Right. So in this particular case, that's odd. Nobody asked you about that. But nobody asked you about no quarterback controversy or anything. But I will say this about that. I remember I said a couple weeks ago, it looks like everybody's like really thirsty to get Trey Lance in there.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, man. Like, I if he's saying that Jimmy Garoppolo's the quarterback, then that should be that. I know Chris and all these other, they got jobs to do. They're just asking questions. It's nothing towards them. But for me, when he says that's the quarterback, I don't need to know if there's any special scenarios or packages for Trey Lance to come into the game. If he does, he does. But I'm worried about the starting quarterback. And if he says it's still Jimmy, then it's still Jimmy. And you don't necessarily, you know how I feel. I'm not really big on the bring him in and out, a special package for Trey Lance. I'm not really big on that. He's either your quarterback, and if he's not your quarterback, then you're riding with Jimmy. It worked at the end of the half. That was a big time to bring in Trey Lance. But to me personally, that's the answer to the question. That's really the only time I would bring in Trey Lance. If I'm on the goal line or close to it, inside the 5, and I need something a little dynamic, maybe, I put him out there then. But anywhere from the 5 out, I don't really know. There doesn't need to be a special package for Trey Lance.
So you're treating Trey Lance as a gimmick. Wow.
I mean,
bad day.
But you know how I am. I'm not into the 2 quarterbacks, man.
I understand.
I'm not into it. Like, you got your quarterback. It's a little old school of me. You got your quarterback. Going to the huddle with the guy that you're riding with.
But you're also the same guy who says you're starting to have some questions about the Jimmy Garoppolo as the quarterback.
Yeah.
And you said as recently as yesterday, I think this could be a playoff team with Jimmy Garoppolo. Mm-hmm. I don't know if they could be a Super Bowl team. I think they could be a playoff team with Jimmy Garoppolo. But this same week, you've admitted, like, you're starting to get uncomfortable.
I'm definitely getting uncomfortable just because.
Like, what if they start slow again? Hell, what if they start slow and finish slow?
I don't know.
Are you ready? Wow.
I don't know if you do it in the middle of the game. Sometimes you save the game that way. I understand that, but I would address that after the game.
Or sometimes you get what happened last week, because I really did think we would see a change at halftime. You got 7 points on the board in the final 2 seconds, and the 7 points came from Trey Lance.
Yeah.
Admittedly, it's not like you drove the team down the field. It worked. It was a perfect play for Trey Lance. I thought, well, maybe that's the catalyst. Maybe that's the change. Maybe that's what. And he didn't change it, and it worked. Jimmy Garoppolo came out, the offense went down, scored, got the game within 3, and then we wound up getting the finish that we got.
And if we're being real, because we talked about earlier this week as well about everything surrounding Jimmy Garoppolo is hypersensitive. Mm-hmm. Jimmy didn't play bad in the first half. He wasn't like lights out or anything like that, but it's not like he was 4 of 11 for 55 yards. Like, he wasn't stinking it up. They just couldn't get anything going consistently. And for me to take him out, I got to look at what Jimmy's doing. But like, he's just stinking it up. He hasn't stunk it up yet. He hasn't been lights out. I'm not saying that,
but it's his
stunk it up. He hadn't Justin Fields this whole thing.
Is it okay? Take that back. That was
all right. He hasn't Zach Wilson this whole thing.
Better. See, take shots at Justin Fields. Come on. Though Justin Fields had a historically bad day. But you say he didn't necessarily have a bad first half. They just couldn't get anything going. Mm-hmm. But isn't his job to get things going? Yeah,
I mean, that's his job, but it happens. Like, it happened. Like, this is what I mean by hypersensitive, and I'm not absolving myself of it. Like, I think about it. I'm like, oh man, Jimmy, maybe we should go with Trey. Like, I think about it, but then I come back and I'm like, teams don't score in a half sometimes. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like, there's interceptions thrown on, but like, it happens. It's unfortunate. You want it to be better, but it's not. He's just stinking it up. It would have been hard for me as a coach to look at what Jimmy did in that first half and say, I got to take you out. Because he didn't do that bad.
I understand your point. But I also think there are different levels of, I guess, different levels of bad. Or maybe bad's not the right word.
They weren't doing good enough.
That's it. That's exactly what I was going to say. Maybe they just weren't good enough, or maybe he just wasn't good enough. We always talk about a spark. Like, shoot, when we're talking about the Kings, yo, Buddy could be the spark off the bench. Buddy could be the guy who did this. Buddy would have more freedom. That spark, that guy. Tyrese was the spark off the bench last year. Well, it's not. That's not usually a conversation you have when it comes to football. But when you do, it's at the quarterback position. A spark. Could Trey Lance lit the spark to get in the end zone? He got the 49ers on the board. Could he have been the guy? Could he be the guy who lights a spark in the season? We've seen Tony Romo do it. I mean, it's an extreme example. We saw Tom Brady do it 20 years ago, but we did. That Dak Prescott did it when he took over for multiple quarterbacks. Tony Romo didn't work out. Kellen Moore, by the way, can we dead this Kellen Moore as a head coach story until the Cowboys actually accomplish something?
You knew it was coming, though.
Jeez, seriously, let them accomplish something before Kellen Moore gets anointed as the next head coach. But Dak came in there. We got something going here. And we've got something going here on D-Lo and KC as we welcome in the Hall of Famer, Mr. Warren Moon, of course, the Seahawks analyst, Warren Moon as well. Warren, we appreciate you so much for joining us. As always, 49ers and Seahawks, always a big week. Is there a sense of urgency, perhaps a little bit more than normal with the divisional game, with the fact that the Seahawks have dropped a couple in a row here?
Oh, no question about it. There's a sense of urgency. You don't want to drop, 3 games in this division, especially the way the Rams are playing right now, and the Arizona Cardinals are playing well, and the 49ers as well. So you don't want to drop any further down in this division as you go along, because everybody knew coming into the season this is probably the toughest division in football. And if you get off to a 1-3 start, it's going to be a very tough road to try and get back to the top. So this is a huge football game for the Seahawks, and they realize that.
Warren, what's going on with the Seahawks when you talk about their offense in the first half compared to their offense in the second half? So far, that's been a bit of an issue where they're just fine in the first half, but coming out of the locker room for the second half, they can't seem to get anything going. What do you see is the issue with the offense in the second half for the Seahawks?
Yeah, they've blown 2 10-point leads in the second half so far this year against Tennessee and also last week against Minnesota. And a big part of the problem is their offense just hasn't had the ball enough in the second half. And when they do have the ball, they haven't done a great job on third down to continue the drives going. So combination of not continuing their own drives and then just not having as many possessions because the defense isn't getting off the field on third down. That's been a curse for both sides of the football. Advancing the ball on third down and then not getting the other team off the field on third down. So that's something they've got to improve coming this week if they're going to try and win football games.
Warren, we know you're aware of the quarterback situation going on here in San Francisco. Jimmy Garoppolo's the starter. The team moves up to draft Trey Lance there at number 3. And the 49ers are 2-1. They haven't been awful, but Jimmy Garoppolo, he's being questioned a lot. You've been in that position. You've been under center. Do quarterbacks take too much blame for what's going on?
Oh, no question about it. But they also get a lot of praise when things are going well. And quarterback hardly ever loses a game, and nor does he always ever win a game. But he has a big part in both of those. Usually when a quarterback doesn't play well, the team probably isn't going to play well, and vice versa. Usually when a quarterback does play well, the team is going to play well. And if you look at the way the NFL is set up right now, it's definitely a quarterback receiver type of game. So your quarterback has to be pretty dynamic right now in order for your team to be successful. So San Francisco is really not kind of set up that way. They're more of a running football team. Have been in the tops in rushing offense over the last so many years under Kyle Shanahan. But with all the injuries they've had at the running back position, they probably had to put a little bit more onus on the passing game. And that's where Jimmy has to come in and maybe play a little bit bigger than they need him to.
The defense that Jimmy and the 49ers are going to go up against Seattle right now, statistically one of the worst in the NFL. Now, I've warned everybody all week long, throw the numbers out when, at least for me, when it's 49ers versus Seahawks, because I've seen plenty of times when the Seahawks defense looks like it's on the ropes in the regular season or against everybody else. But when they see that red and gold, they're running sideline to sideline. Bobby Wagner's all over the place. So I'm prepared for that. But what has put them in this position so far to struggle so much on the defensive end?
Well, again, just not getting teams off the field on third down and letting those drives go. And when those drives continue, it tends to wear your defense down, and an offense is going to be at an advantage. One of the things that makes this defense that Pete Carroll has played since he's been here effective is you've got to get pressure on the quarterback. Most people know they're going to play, 3 deep zone or they're going to play 2 deep zone, and every now and then they'll give you a blitz. But for the most part, they're going to be in zone coverage. So you've got to get pressure on the quarterback. And if you don't, he's able to sit back there, hold the football a little bit longer, and that allows those windows in the zone to open up. And that's where these quarterbacks will tear you apart. So you've got to pressure the quarterback, make him uncomfortable, have him get the ball out of his hands quicker than he wants to, so your defense can rally to the football and make the tackle and hold it to limited gains. And that just hasn't been happening here over the last couple of weeks. First ball game, they did a great job getting to the quarterback. The last 2 weeks, they have not done a great job, and they're going to have to get back to doing that.
Warren Moon, NFL Hall of Famer and Seahawks analyst, with us here on D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. Warren, if the Seahawks continue to struggle, and obviously 49er fans are very much hoping that they do, will the offseason conversation with Russell Wilson and the franchise, do you think that'll bubble back to the surface?
That's really hard to say. I think it depends on, what Russell thinks the answers, need to be to improve the football team. If those answers are on offense, or if those answers are on defense, and then what is the organization going to do to address those? This offseason, they addressed the things that he talked about. They got a new offensive coordinator in. They beefed up their offensive line a little bit, brought in a new offensive guard, and they feel like they're better up front. So they did some of the things that Russell was asking for. So we'll just have to wait and see this offseason and see if they have dialogue. If things don't go and finish the way they want them to, we'll see how that dialogue goes and what improvements are made to the football team. I think they both understand and realize they want the best football team they can put out there. It's just a matter of agreeing on what those answers are. So we'll have to wait for the offseason to come before that happens. But there's always a likelihood when you've been in one place for a long time, there's a chance you might have to move on somewhere else, depending on salary cap situations, contracts, all those different things. So we just have to wait and see to the offseason.
Yeah, we'll get you out of here on this, Warren. If the Seattle Seahawks are going to win this game on Sunday against the 49ers, what do they need to do? And when I ask you that, I say, obviously, if they had, I don't know, Nick Bosa get traded before the game, then they get the pass rush. We know that. But what within their control can they do better to come out of San Francisco to win on Sunday?
They've got to do a much better job on third down of continuing their drives. I think they have to become a little bit more balanced. Chris Carson, I think, needs to touch the ball a little bit more running the football. Then on defense, when you get a team, in a third and long or whatever, you've got to get them off the field and get the ball back to your offense, give them more possession. This offense has shown it can be very explosive when they have the football. They don't have the football, they're just sitting over on the sidelines, and they tend to get out of their rhythm. So the defense can help the offense and vice versa. That's kind of the way football works. They haven't been working well together like that, so they got to get back to working well together, getting off the field, giving their offense back to football, and the offense taking advantage of those possessions that they have.
Warren, we appreciate you. Thank you for carving out a few minutes for us, man, and good luck this weekend.
Appreciate you, Warren.
Appreciate it. You guys have a great weekend.
Take care.
Football weekend.
Yeah,
Indeed it will. And that's the Hall of Famer.
Yeah,
Warren
man.
Moon right there.
Yeah,
Seahawks
one of the
analyst.
greats. One of the greats to ever do it. Everybody, always hears me talk crazy, and talk about my teams and, how confident I am. I'm never fully confident going against Seattle. Mm-hmm. I'm always on edge, and it's nervous energy.
Yeah.
Russell, it's that damn Russell Wilson.
So he's
the greatest,
luckiest,
great quarterback I've ever seen.
Oh my God, dude. I swear.
He's great.
He
but he's
is great.
fortunate. And he's like 10 times fortunate against the Niners. It's
I was
crazy.
going to say, he owns the San Francisco 49ers.
It's tragic. I'm terrified.
Should have asked Warren about Cam Newton. Like, Warren and Cam had always had a really good relationship. I'm honestly surprised. Like, call Warren back, Jesse. Just ask him real quick. Like,
text him.
You say, shoot him a text. Like, you surprised? Like, is Cam done? Like, he really never playing again? I know that was obviously, for obvious reasons, a big story coming out of the draft that Warren had kind of taken to Cam Newton in the Tua talk. But yeah, I get why you're nervous, because Russell Wilson absolutely has made mess of the San Francisco 49ers.
I can't wait till he's gone next year.
Boy. boy. Quentin Mayo going to join us at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. Kyle Madson on the way. Lots more 49ers talk on the way. It's a 49ers Friday brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. And of course, we're going to talk about your Sacramento Kings as well as D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Note to aspiring broadcasters, learn how to ask a freaking question when you do an interview. I spit out like 3 questions like I just learned the English language yesterday. Hey, Warren, remember when
you hear things that and I understand why, because you're more critical of yourself. You self-critique, but you hear things that we just don't hear. Or at least I don't hear.
Here's something else that you don't see. I jotted down as we were talking what I wanted my first, because I only have like directional questions. I mainly have the first question and sometimes the last question written down. I jotted down what I wanted the first question to be, but I don't write the question out. I just write out a note, and I wrote down sense of urgency, and that's what I wrote down. Put a little star by. I knew that was my lead into Warren.
Yeah, we
get Warren on the phone. I didn't know what the fuck that meant. I was like, what the hell is that? Sense of urgency. I'm sitting here looking at it like, oh God, Warren Moon's on the phone. What does this mean?
So, Warren, I was watching Raising Kanan the other day, and there seemed to be a sense of urgency from Rock. Did you see the same thing?
I had no clue what that meant. I was like, sense of urgency. So Warren was like, Jesse's like messaging us. I couldn't get through to this number. I got to try this other number. So I'm watching, our dialogue in front of us, still trying to get him. Warren ready to go. We had moved on from that part about the Seahawks. We were talking about like quarterbacks. And so I go to grab, get into Warren, get the introduction, get the first question. I'm looking at it like, oh no. Do I go quarterbacks or figure out what sense of urgency is? And I was going to ask him the question about pressure on quarterbacks. And then I remembered what that was. And it was like, okay, got it.
Always comes back to you. Because you're a pro. It always comes back to you.
yeah, that's a pro, all right. What does this mean? What does this mean? Man.
Oh, that reminds me. Shout out to my people. Shout out to my guy Io. I'm be in the building at Lost in Rhythm.
Hey,
tomorrow. Seeing
let's go.
Wiz Kid, Tim's,
wow,
Timmy, Gold Link. They all gonna be in the building downtown Sacramento. Remember the other day, people were like, "There ain't nothing to do in Sacramento." Man. I'm sorry. Look what these people did, and they got Burner Boy on Sunday.
And you can't get into it. Too. By the way, he just shouted out my best friend of like 30 years. I ain't got tickets. I ain't got a credential.
You can get up in there. You be trying to make that move.
Man, I think that is all yours, baby.
Yeah, man. But shout out to the people that's putting on Lost in Rhythm. I was in conversation with them earlier this morning.
Big show.
I was like, man, this is dope. And this is coming to the city. And they were actually supposed to be at Cesar Chavez. And the ticket demand was so crazy. They sold out so quick. They moved it over to the rail yards because so many people were going. And it's like, man, we need more of this in the city, man. So shout out to those people putting it on, man. And I can't wait to check it out tomorrow.
Good stuff, man. I'm glad you guys set up. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Time is of the essence. What y'all know about that? Y'all don't know about that. Y'all don't know about that Wiz Kid song of the summer. Essence. I know Ramsey. I mean, sometimes I got to be professional. I can't say 97 to Warren Moon now.
Yeah.
understand.
That doesn't count. Yeah,
I gotta say
he would have known. He would have known exactly what you were talking about. But
yeah.
Tyreek Evans makes it back. That's a good question. I think he'd get a chance. I just don't know that anyone would be clamoring to sign him. I mean, meaning I think the NBA would allow him. I don't know that anyone is clamoring to sign him.
Tyreek was I thought he was gonna be like who's out there today? I thought he was gonna be like a D Wade type, but with better handles.
Absolutely. If you haven't downloaded the Odyssey app yet, go do it. Discover hundreds of new exclusive music stations available now for sports and music fans by sports and music fans. The new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar. Shout out to the crew watching on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. This is the portion of the program where I beg the YouTube audience that is watching right now to please hit the thumbs up. And if you're not yet a subscriber, become one. Y'all have been showing out all week, man. Make sure we show out here on this Friday. Lots more coming up, including our mans and them, Quentin Mayo, Bet MGM tonight. He'll be with us coming up at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. Kyle Madson coming up at 2:17. We're going to dive back into the Kings. Plenty of 49ers talk on the way as well. But how about a little love?
Come on now. You see the hat, man. You see the hat, man. When they on the doorstep, baby. They on the doorstep. Let's go.
Everything Lamont Wade Jr. has done this year. First career walk-off of any kind last night. And it's fitting.
It is. And to be honest with you, Damian, was there any doubt? When they got to Lamont Wade Jr., was there any doubt?
Yeah.
This dude, the only hesitancy that I may have had was he was going up against a left-hander. That's it. Because he doesn't really hit lefties, don't play too much against lefties. But other than that, I saw that boy come out. I said, oh, we got off night here in Sacramento. They got late night out there in the city. Because late night Lamont is he's about as efficient and official as you can get right now. I saw this stat last night, and it says it's stats by stats on Twitter.
Clever.
Tonight was Lamont Wade Jr.'s 6th game-tying or go-ahead hit in the 9th inning this season for the Giants. That is the most by any Major League Baseball player in a season in the last 40 years.
Wow. Impressive, man.
I was thinking about it today, Damian, and I was excited about this team and what they could do, but
you wasn't 105 wins excited.
I definitely was not 105 wins excited. And it looks like, I'm gonna knock on wood because I don't want nothing crazy to happen, not counting my chickens before they hatch. It looks like what I said the day after opening day is correct.
True story.
The worst loss.
True story.
All year long.
They flirted with it a couple of times.
I keep forgetting what game.
I remember the moment. I remember the next day. I don't remember the game it was.
I think they lost it. It wasn't even like they lost, and I was like, oh,
there's one that they almost lost. That they wound up winning.
Yeah,
there's a couple of them.
And I was like, but they won that they actually lost, and I was like, whew, this is definitely a nominee for that.
This dude,
win. But
this dude really said, one game into the season, that's the worst loss of the season. And I laughed and laughed and laughed. And here we are 150 some odd games later. And it's like, it was the worst loss of the season. Way back in game number 1.
I think these fools gave up a 6-1 lead without giving up a hit damn near. How does that happen? But I say that to say, I enjoyed the season.
Mm-hmm.
I felt good about this season. I was like, yo, they're going to go to the playoffs. This is great. But I never really, you would ask me the question like, yo, they got a chance to win the World Series this year. And I'd always be like, oh, no, man. Like, they're good, but I don't know. This morning, I was doing some stuff around the house, and it hit me, Damien. I was like, yo, they could win the World Series this year. The Giants can win the World Series this year. Yeah. They got 105 wins.
Yep. That's the second most in a season in franchise history. They're one shy of matching the 1904 team.
Wow.
1904. The Giants are 43-50. 43-50 in games where they trail this season. That's a win percentage of .462. That's the highest in Major League Baseball.
That's insane. That tells me that even when you have the lead on them, it's a 50-50 chance that you're going to win that game. Man. Damn near.
The season's winding down, but just for purposes of being thorough, the Dodgers win also. They beat the Padres, who continue to just be gross.
I hope they continue to be gross.
They're bad.
Yeah.
Like they're not, but it's like there are a lot. There are bad teams in sports. There are bad teams in baseball. Padres were not supposed to be this. This is not.
No, absolutely.
This
not.
is Fernando Tatis was an eyeball cat. You tune in.
Mm-hmm. I win MVP, by the way.
Nah,
I know, right?
Boy, that wouldn't go over.
If Ohtani can win it, then Tatis can win it.
That wouldn't go over very well in the NBA.
No.
11-32 since
MVPs,
August.
Both MVPs.
Man,
just terrible teams.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible. Dodgers hit 5 home runs, third time in franchise history, hitting 5 home runs in consecutive games, 9 straight wins versus the Padres for the Dodgers. But again, none of that doesn't matter. 3 games left.
3 games left.
3 games left.
The Brewers starting tonight. The Giants have those Padres starting tonight. They've got the starting rotation ready to go. I think it's DeSclafani tonight, Gosman tomorrow, and Logan Webb on Sunday. They've got everything set to close this thing out. The division could be clinched tonight. Brewers loss and the Giants win clinches the division tonight.
Okay.
If we get to that. Magic number is 2. So the other thing about this, I don't ever miss an opportunity to take a shot at the Los Angeles Dodgers. Never miss an opportunity. But also I keep it real on here. I keep it a stack.
Mm-hmm.
That's insane that they have 103 wins and they have no control over any of this.
Yeah.
They could win 106 games.
Mm-hmm.
And not win. That's insane.
And lose the 107th. The wild card, lose the 107th game.
It'd be done. And it there was a lot of jokes.
7th would be the 164th. You know what I mean?
I got you. There's a lot of jokes with the Dodgers about how there was an article written before the season about, is this the greatest team ever?
Mm-hmm.
And then they weren't, leading the division. Like, greatest team ever. Well, they're gonna win like 105 games. Like, they're still pretty damn good this year, and it's not gonna matter.
So, here's a note. The Dodgers, 103rd win of the season. The record for most wins in a season by a team that did not win the division is 103.
Mm-hmm.
By who?
Oh, by the Giants. You see,
1993.
Look, everybody, you see this scar right here?
Okay.
You see this scar? Yeah. That's just a scar that I have. Remembering, I named it 1993.
I see.
Because
all right,
I got rings as a Giants fan. I've been to parades. But you never lose the scars. Never lose the scars, damn it. 93, 2002. Oh, those are some stitches right there. I got them scars forever.
You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. I don't know if you got that 50 Cent sound queued up, but it's time for Kenny's Money Picks. Quentin Mayo of BetMGM tonight going to join us here in just a couple of minutes. But KC, you've had a good, last week was a good week. What do we got going on this week?
Last week, I went 500, 2-2. I got an overall record of 7-6, all of them against the spread. That's how I do it here with the college football pick 'em for your mans and, trying to get you guys paid. This week in college football, some big time games.
Mm-hmm.
Some big time games going on this weekend. And I'm doing this for the people. I'm doing this, for college football. There was a couple of games that weren't so big time that I could take the easy win on. You know what I mean? You look at something like, I'd still, even though they didn't come through for me last week, I'd still think about Fresno State minus 10.5 against Hawaii. You know what I mean? I'd still take maybe an Oregon against Stanford minus 8. I'd still do that, but no. I'm doing this for the people. We only doing the big time games.
The People Station here.
That's right.
1320.
We're only doing the big time games here as KC picks them. And we're going to start in Tuscaloosa. Number 12, Mississippi, Ole Miss, Lane Kiffin and them boys coming into Tuscaloosa, going up against number 1, Alabama. Alabama is a 14.5 point favorite. I'm a zag right now. I'm a zag.
Okay.
I think Lane Kiffin finds a way to keep the game relatively close. I'm taking Ole Miss plus 14.5 in Tuscaloosa. I don't know. I just got a feeling, got a vibe.
Okay.
That's my number 3 confident pick, though. That's number 3. I'm just saying. My number 2 confident pitch, which is almost a tie for 3 because I feel just as confident. Shout out to our guy, Charlie Walter, over there at CBS 13. We've been talking about this for more than a month. The time has come. Cincinnati, number 7 in the nation, going to South Bend to take on Notre Dame. This could be a situation where Cincinnati, this is their shot at making the college football playoff if they can pull this off. They're minus 2 favorite. I'm taking Cincinnati. I think they cover. I think they win in South Bend. And my number 1 confident play of the week, Arkansas, been a nice little story. Number 8 in the country right now. They're going to Athens to take on Georgia, take on them dogs. Shout out to my bro Kurt. And Georgia's number 2 in the nation. They probably have the number 1 defense in the game. It's 18.5. That's a lot, but I'm riding with Georgia. I'm taking Georgia minus 18.5 over Arkansas. That's gonna be some easy work in Athens. So
Georgia.
I got Ole Miss plus 14.5. I got Cincinnati minus 2, and I got Georgia minus 18.5 over Arkansas. Book it.
Oh, okay.
Let's go.
Bringing our man here, host of BetMGM tonight, and Odyssey Sports betting insider Quentin Mayo. Insider calls are presented by BetQL. Get access to data and insights the sports books don't want you to see. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit betql.com. Our man Quentin Mayo. Quentin. Hey, Q.
Hey, Quentin, he's for the culture for sure, but he looks a little younger than us too. Do you know what that reference is, Quentin?
What, the song, or what's just you yelling Q?
When I say, hey, yo, Q. Hey, yo, Q.
I can't say I do.
Oh,
nah, Damien, you know.
That's the juice.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Hey, Q.
See, that's what I'm saying. Quinn a little younger than us. Yeah, a little younger than us. A little younger.
That's all right. You got to see juice though. It's kind of culture mandatory. Like you lose a card if you don't see it. So
you got to see that.
Yeah, you don't admit that to too many people. I mean, we're family. It's okay. Just don't say that in mixed company.
I've definitely seen it, but there's like certain movies that you have to watch a certain amount of time to internalize the references.
Right. I got you. I think me and Damien have seen Juice at least 10, no less than 10 times.
Favorite facts. Yeah,
I'm probably 20 times.
I saw it this year. like I've seen it this year. Let's be clear about what we're talking about. I stumbled across it. I was like,
every night.
Facts.
I gotta see.
I just need to see the scene at the locker. Once we get past that, I'm straight. But I gotta see the scene at the locker. Once we see that, we good. Quentin, what you riding with this week, man? You got a surefire, like this is the Quentin Mayo lock of the week?
Yes, I do. I mean, I always do. You know, I got to come with a couple locks. Like, we might lose every other bet, but the locks are always locked and thrown away. So
yes, sir.
For you, the Dallas Cowboys cover 4.5 right now. Just the Panthers at home.
I like that.
I like the Panthers a lot, though, because I mean they've shown that they're turning the corner as a franchise right now. But the only problem is Christian McCaffrey's out. And that offense was very different without Christian McCaffrey, and also defensively, you lose J.C. Horn for, I mean, we don't even know he's coming back. Great quarterback for them, broken foot. So Dallas, after the shellacking they put on the Eagles last week at home in the home opener, that team is looking good, especially offensively. Like they're a well-oiled machine, and then defensively, Dan Quinton has done a very good job of making sure that defense is showing up. Man, Trevon Diggs is looking incredible. The defensive line is getting pressure. I think the Dallas Cowboys are for real. Now, I don't know if they're for real for like a Super Bowl, but they're for real enough to win the division. And I'm a Washington football team fan, and I have no faith. Right now, especially after they stomped the yard on my boys in Buffalo last week. So I like Buffalo to cover 4.5. And one more for you in the NFL. Everybody's calling it the game of the week. I don't know why. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to New England.
It's easy work.
Yeah. It's a scrimmage of the week. Like,
yeah, that's easy work.
It's a 7-point spread right now at BetMGM. It actually got bet down. It was 7.5 on Wednesday. Now it's down to 7. I don't know if people are thinking like, oh, this game is going to be close because Belichick knows Brady. I don't care if Belichick knows when Brady wakes up and when he brushes his teeth. That team has nothing for Tampa Bay. Mac Jones is going to be a good quarterback in the league for a very long time, but he can't even throw the ball 20 yards down the field. And I love Mac Jones. They are just not ready. And Tampa, who's already going to be motivated to beat up on the Patriots because this is the Tom Brady return game. They just had embarrassed on national TV last week against the Rams. They're looking for get back this week, and it just so happened that the speed bump is going to be the New England Patriots. They look like 2 locks of the week. I've already played them.
Okay, I like that. I like that.
You already played it?
We keep this handy.
Oh. Have you already played it?
We keep that handy.
That's gold right there. That's gold. Quinn, you made the big board over here on D-Lo and KC. You're a cold figure out here. We might have shirts for you out here, Q. You know what I'm saying, with that joint, man. Absolutely. So you know my bag right now, at least. It's college. That's where my bag is right now. And I got to run my picks by you, Q. See what you say. I got 3 that I always give to people. The first, and this is confidence-wise, right? So I'm going to go third to first. The one I'm least confident about, I got Ole Miss, Lane Kiffin, going into Tuscaloosa and covering. I had it at 14.5. I got them covering. The second one, I'm going with Cincinnati. I think they'll be ready for the prime time, man. I got Cincinnati -2 over Notre Dame. And then I got Georgia just putting the clamps on Arkansas, and I got them covered. I had it at 18.5. I got Georgia covered. What do you think about those 3?
Okay, so starting with Alabama and Ole Miss. I love Ole Miss because, number one, I'm on Ole Miss. Actually, I have a future on them to win over 7.5 games this year, and that's pretty much the most locked pick I've ever made in my life. Like, they're legit good. And I like that. I think if any team is going to give them a run like this season, it's going to be Ole Miss. I mean, that offense is high flying. And one thing about both teams is that their defenses are both really raw. Like, they're both really raw. I don't think Alabama's defense got exposed against Florida a lot. Like, even their offense got exposed. So I think Ole Miss can score with them. And, you get a couple mishaps. I don't care how good of a team you are and the athletes you have. A couple slip-ups, a couple missteps, and Ole Miss can go for 100 yards on your head top, and it'd be a 14-0 game. And you're at home looking at what the heck just happened. So I like that. Also like the total in that game. I mean, they just can't make that total high enough because they just would get scared. But they want to make the total 100 because that's the total.
That's crazy.
I expect the over in this game. I think it's 79. I do not care. Like, I've sprinkled something on the total on that one. Cincinnati and Notre Dame. I hate to go against Cincinnati because you already burned me on the Cincinnati pick one. But I will say this. I like Cincinnati. I like their swag. But Notre Dame is, like, weirdly interesting this year. Like, they are very good. They're a sound team. Their defense is – there are opportunities to defense. Offensively, they were able to move the ball, but they did a Wisconsin was just, it should have been a federal charge. They just put Wisconsin on blast. It should have been locked up like Akon and throw away the key. So if anything, I would have to say that's my one concern that I have for your picks. And your last one, what was it?
Georgia minus 18.
Georgia minus 18. Now, the thing about Georgia is Georgia's defense is really good. And Georgia's playing who are they playing against?
They got Arkansas at Georgia.
Arkansas beat the crap out of Texas A&M last week, and they did it in style, and they believe in themselves too. And coming off of a big win like that, one thing that scares me is that they're not going to look at Georgia and be like, we don't belong here. Like, they're going to hang around. I think I'm not going to pick a side in that one. I think it's such a huge total that I'm probably leaning Arkansas to cover that. But if the play in that game is the under. Right now, BetMGM is 50. I take the under in that game because those defenses are both extremely stout. I've been giving out that play all week as well. Like, the under is one of my favorite college plays of the week in that game.
I like that. You heard the man. You heard him.
Man, college football is so dicey because you're because I mean, this when you really start talking about spreads, you looked at the way Arkansas played last week, and man, he got the spread set at 18.
Yeah,
the way that they played last week, man. And Georgia. Like I get it, man. Y'all that's why I can't do it. That's why I bask in the glory of Quentin Mayo and Kenny Caraway, man, because that's tough.
I would not be surprised that game. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Georgia won. Like, I mean, I think nobody's arguing that, but 18 and a half is so big. It's actually because 2 days ago, if I'm not mistaken, it was 14 and a half. We did the show last night, and it was 15 and a half. Like, it's taking some serious money coming in on Georgia, where that number has to move up. I actually like Arkansas a lot.
Well, I'm riding with the Bulldogs, man. Let's go get this money, Bulldogs. Yes,
do you have a favorite college squad?
I'm a Terps fan, man.
It's the big game tonight. I thought about that game tonight.
I should have known that. I
thought about that game tonight. That's a big one right there.
Yeah, it is a big one, but I have my hopes set very low. They're 3-point dogs right now, but Maryland has done this thing, especially during the Loxley era, where they come in with a certain level of discipline under Loxley, and they have some talent. They got Tua's little brother; he looks good. When they play like in a prime time spot, it's just an ultimate letdown. Like, they'll beat up on some random team. They'll hang 16. You look up on and Scott Van Pelt is talking about how high flying their offense is. When they start playing a team like Iowa, they look a little different in the light. I have no play in this game tonight because I'm so nervous. My co-host Brian Horvath, he loves Maryland tonight to cover 3. We'll see. I'm going to watch it as a fan, and I don't have any money in that game.
That's the best way to do it. That's how I feel. You see, I didn't ask you about Michigan and Wisconsin. I just want Michigan to win. I don't care.
Yeah. I think I picked Michigan to cover in that game, but I didn't feel great about it because it's like another letdown spot. Like, hardball, Michigan, like, they do. They beat up on a whole bunch of bad teams.
I know.
It's something real, and then here we go.
Put it on the flag. It's what they do.
No, it's
what they do.
And we're getting Ohio State this year, Q. I'm telling you this, man, Damien, every day. We getting them boys. I'm ready. We eating.
I don't hate that because, there aren't any, elite teams in college football this year. Like, it's the separation of power is not that steep like it used to be in years past. I don't know if that's because of the weird COVID year last year, and I don't know what it is. The transfer portal just being so crazy, but there's, no consistent, this team is just leaps and bounds better than ever. We thought that was Bama, and then Bama showed you their flaws. Every team has showed their flaws this year, so it's a hard season to bet college football.
Yeah, man, get used to it. With them NILs kicking in, man, college football landscape about to change
big time.
You can't tell kids, hey, shut up and follow me, and you'll get paid because at this point, my boy's he's getting skills from Lefty's barbecue. He makes more money.
That's right. That's it.
Here's $20. Leave me alone, Coach.
I just got your paycheck by posting this picture on Instagram, Coach. Sit down. Sit down.
Walmart, and now I don't got to come to practice today.
That's what Q get. We need them NIL deals that Q get, man. We appreciate you as always, my man. Thank you.
Before we get you out of here, I just got to know, Niners Seahawks, what you seeing right now, man? Real quick. Is the Niners bouncing back?
The Niners have to bounce back. I think they do bounce back. I would think it's a field goal game. The only thing that concerns me about saying that it's a field goal game is that I probably trust Russell Wilson more than Lance or Jimmy Garoppolo in that situation. But the play also would be over in that game. I know things are really bad right now. So I think a lot of points will be scored, but it might come down to the last minute execution, and Russell Wilson is that guy. But if that defense line of the 49ers can get through that terrible offensive line of Seattle Seahawks that they should do with these, I don't hate picking the 49ers this week either.
Right. That's not a bad call either, though. 3 of the last 5 games have been decided by exactly 3 points. I think the last 5 games have been decided by 4.8 points per game. So, Q, we appreciate you as always, my man. We'll chat with you next week.
Go watch Juice again, Quinton.
And pray for Ben Simmons, man.
Okay.
Oh man,
we're praying for a lot of folks in the NBA over the course of the last few days, boy. I tell you, I guess Ben Simmons is at the top of the list. That's our man Quentin Mayo, host of BetMGM tonight, Odyssey Sports Betting Insider. Insider calls are presented by BetQL. Get access to data and insights the sports books don't want you to see. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit betql.com today.
I just thought about something. We should ask Quentin about Bradley Beal.
I purposely did not.
Don't even put him in that.
I purposely did not. No, because because he had the Brad quote.
Yeah.
And I quote tweeted what he said, and I didn't want Quentin to think I wasn't coming at Quentin.
Yeah.
I was coming at what Brad said.
Yeah.
So I let it ride, baby. Let it ride. Jason Anderson said some things. Actually, Jason Anderson reported about Luke Walton saying some things, and we're going to talk to Kyle Madson about the San Francisco 49ers next, and I promise you we've got a lot of Kings talk on the way. It's D'Lo and KC continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Yeah.
Luke Walton says Buddy can't see why Buddy can't play small forward in today's NBA. Boy, they setting this up. They setting this up.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, Kyle's on the stream. You doing the show? You want me to get the hell out of your way?
I'm gonna hit that 13th round. 13th round. Here with your man Kenny Caraway, and I was thinking about a couple of different things that I wanted to talk about, wanted to touch on. And I came to the conclusion it might just have to wait. Because on this Friday, I'm ready to go for Wilder and Fury today. And it's a week from now. But I'm going to let you know next week is just going to be filled with Wilder Fury talk. I'm ready for Wilder Fury 3 because I'm going to tell you right now, and you're going to hear this again. There may not be a fight as myself as a fan that I want more than a Deontay Wilder knockout. You don't have to knock him out. I guess if he wins, that'd be great too. But I really want him to knock him out. And Tank is my guy. Errol Spence is my guy. I want all those guys to win. Charlos, those are my guys. Lions only. But this year for 2021, I don't think there's a fight that I want more than Deontay Wilder knocking out Tyson Fury. So I'm sitting here a week away, and I can't wait. I can't wait, baby. And the crazy thing about it is, and we'll talk about it all next week, but the crazy thing about it is I'm not disputing the type of fighter and the skill that Tyson Fury has. He's a more skilled boxer than Deontay Wilder. He should be the favorite going into the fight. But, man, I just need Deontay to just one time, baby. One time, just pop. I guess that was 2 times, but just one time, pop. Get that jaw, lay that boy out, and let's go home, everybody. Let's go home. I can't wait. We're going to talk about Wilder Fury all next week on the 13th round. We're going to get you ready for the heavyweight championship of the world on the 13th round with your man, Kenny Caraway. I need that one. I need that. Do I want T.O. and Loma? I want to see it, but I don't care about neither one of them fighters. I don't really like Loma. I definitely don't like T.O. So their first fight was a snooze fest for half the fight. Second fight, when Loma started to turn it up a little bit and piece T.O. up, then it turned into a good fight. But they didn't do anything for 6 or 7 rounds. But I'd love to see it again for sure. If we can have it, I'd love to see it again. But there's probably 5 fights that I'd rather see before that one.
Hi, Kyle.
Hey guys,
How's it going, man?
I'm excellent. How are you? Oh,
Hey, man, Kyle Madson, what's up, man?
how you doing, man?
I'm
I
good.
like your jersey.
Thank you, man. You know, I had to go to Joe. I need to get it. I need to get a couple. New
Does this
jerseys.
sound better?
Or does it sound better?
Oh,
Does
dear.
this sound better?
that
Oh,
that
that-
one or probably the first one? I don't know. what was
Okay,
going
so
on
this-
with that.
I like the last one.
This is what this one sounds like. All right, so here I am talking.
And now I've switched my microphone, and this is what this one sounds like.
Hilo and Casey continue. Like Kyle's muted and he's just talking away, having no idea we're trying to orchestrate a radio show here. And he's just goofing around with his computer microphone and he's just talking and talking. And you can see his mouth moving. No one can see any words coming out. It's his first day in the business, though. And we welcome Kyle Madson to his very first ever radio show here. Kyle, welcome. You know, you could talk.
Hello,
now.
is this on?
Yes.
Hello?
Yeah. Now,
Oh, okay.
now
great.
it's time to talk. Live for those who
So
are
people can
watching
hear
from
this?
his broom closet. No, we can hear you. Yeah, there are people
Yes.
watching, listening. We're actually airing all over the world right now.
Oh, that's really cool. Neat. I love technology.
Wow. All right. We got to balance things out when we bring Kyle in. So some of you will get what that means.
do.
But Kyle is a nice balance for me and Kenny.
Absolutely.
And Kyle at Seahawks
And
Week.
knowledgeable.
Oh, yes. He very much is. I was actually telling everybody I was listening to the Candlestick Chronicles podcast this morning.
Oh, thanks.
And I already forgot his name. The gentleman, the guy we were
Kelly.
speaking to.
Danny
Thank you.
Kelly. Yeah.
He
he's the
was
best.
he said a line that just really stuck out with me about Pete Carroll coaching the team that he wants rather than the team that he actually has. And Kenny jumps in and goes, "Yeah, that's what Kyle Shanahan does." Is there a similarity between Kyle Shanahan and Pete Carroll in the way they're coaching these teams?
I don't think so. Because I don't think the offense we see the 49ers run is the offense Kyle Shanahan would ideally want to run. I think that they lean so heavily on their run game because they have a limited quarterback. I think the passing offense you see where everything is across the middle of the field and within 8 yards of the line of scrimmage is because their quarterback is pretty limited in what he can do and the reads he can make and how frenetic he is in the pocket, just trying to get rid of the football. So I think that if, for example, if they had acquired Tom Brady 2 off seasons ago, we wouldn't be looking at the same offense that they have now. I think that
It's a
you'd
shame
see
that
more.
wasn't a possibility.
I know that would have been really, really cool if Tom Brady had wanted to play for San Francisco. But we would see more 3 and 4 wide receiver sets. We'd see more. I don't know if we'd see 50-yard bombs every play, but we would see more of the downfield passing than we see now. So I think that Shanahan adapts his offense to his personnel a little bit. I just think that the quarterback play is so limited that it really handcuffs what he can do.
What'd you think of Jimmy's performance on Sunday? I thought it was, me personally, I thought it was up and down, but he had some good moments in the second half, I guess you could say. Did you think he had some good moments, or was it just bad all the way around?
No, I think you're pretty spot on. I think it was up and down. It's a roller coaster. It always is with Garoppolo. It is for every play where he inexplicably spikes the ball into the ground behind him.
Oh, that was so bad.
He's
I saw
gonna.
that
He's
again last night. I was like, Jesus.
right. It was brutal. But for every one of those plays, you're going to get that dime to George Kittle over the middle, or the one to Deebo Samuel on the out where Samuel's arm was being held down and it just hit him between the 1 and the 9 near the sideline when he dropped it. You're going to get plays like that, but you're also going to get the horrible plays. And the 49ers knew that going in. That's just kind of the quarterback he is. That's why they're moving forward without him next season, theoretically. But it's also why he's good enough that he's going to be the starter this year. And I think that what we saw on Sunday night, like, I think there's just a microscope on it now because of Trey Lance. I don't know if he's any better or any worse than he was in 2019. There's just a better option behind him now. So the mistakes are magnified that much more. So I agree with you. He was okay. What was probably just below average.
Kyle, why didn't they prepare Trey Lance to play during training camp? Why did they play this Jimmy Garoppolo play the season out card? They had to know, Kyle had to know that this is what was going to happen. If the team is struggling, if the offense is struggling, if Jimmy Garoppolo is just okay, if Jimmy Garoppolo is missing throws to Deebo Samuel or whoever, they had to know that this was going to be the conversation. Dude, if we're going into week 4, that's it. This is going to continue for the next 13 weeks. Why didn't they prepare Trey Lance in the preseason?
Because I don't think the preseason is enough time to prepare him. He played, like, not only did he only start 17 games in college, but he threw like fewer than 200 passes. He, I think, is way more remedial as a thrower than we really know. I think if you get him on the play he had against the Lions, where it is play action, this is going to be your read, hit that. On the rollout against the Packers, where there was a defensive holding, I think the play was George Kittle across the back of the end zone, but Kittle got held, so the throw wasn't there, which is why he held on to it. I don't think that he's ready. And Kyle Shanahan has said since 2018, when they started asking him about getting a mobile quarterback, it was not mobility. It's about, can you stand in the pocket and make the throws when teams take the runaway? And we've seen teams do that, for example, to Lamar Jackson and to Greg Roman, I think more than Lamar Jackson, because Greg Roman can't design a passing offense to save his life. But it's about when the chips are down and you have 2:39 left and the run game is off the table and you need a touchdown, can your quarterback take a snap, stand in there, and make the reads and make the throws? I just don't think Trey Lance is there yet, where they're confident that he's capable of doing that on a regular basis. And I don't think there's enough practice time in training camp, because you're also trying to get Jimmy Garoppolo ready. You're also trying to get him reps, and you're trying to kind of bring Trey Lance along without killing his confidence and without making him develop bad habits. So I think they went into this year knowing that, like, yeah, hey, the realistic ceiling with Garoppolo is probably like 10 wins and maybe a playoff berth, depending on how things shake out. But it's at the expense of, or it's with the benefit of Lance developing and getting that longer window to kind of hone his skills and develop. So when they plug him in as the starter, he's ready to hit the ground running, and they can skip a lot of those growing pains.
So, and it's interesting you mentioned that play against the Packers, the rollout play, and you talk about throwing the football when it comes to Trey Lance, because the play was to Kittle. But if memory serves me correct, I think Ayuk ended up being open, and Trey had, like, there was a pass that could have been made there, and he just threw it kind of weird or threw it away or whatever the case may be. And that could have been the 7 right there. Yeah, it's just interesting to hear you say, you know, what I'm seeing as well. You know what I mean? Where he needs to work on being able to make the throws in a game time situation. And even, like you said, when things break down, like you got to roll out and make a throw on the run, you got to be able to hit the pinpoint accuracy.
Yeah, there's just so much, I think, development that needs to go on. And because the first snap or the first throw he made in the preseason was a designed shot play where he does the play action, he rolls out, he gets to stop, set his feet, and Trent Sherfield's wide open. We see that and go, wow, he's ready, put him in. But there is so much more that goes into being a consistent, and that's what it's about. It's consistency. Can you consistently be an effective passer? Jimmy Garoppolo cannot. The highs are really high. The highs are, man, this guy can take you to a Super Bowl. But the lows are, has this guy played quarterback before?
Mhm.
And that level of inconsistency, I think, is what they're trying to
That's
avoid.
a pretty steep drop.
Coach, did you see that fumble he had? He got grabbed and
gosh,
just
that was so
half
bad.
threw it into the ground behind him.
Jeez,
That's an inexcusable play.
Like, think about what you just said.
Yeah,
This guy can get you to the Super Bowl.
He has.
Or you wonder if he's ever played quarterback before.
You have. Have you not done
Boy.
both of those things watching Jimmy Garoppolo play quarterback?
That fumble is, oh man.
Not just that fumble, but there's throws he makes. Not as many this year. I will give him that. He's been
The Sanu pass.
Yeah,
Sanu's wide open, and he's got to roll to the ground to catch the ball.
Oh, you were talking about that Sanu pass, right?
Yeah.
Wide open.
Kyle's
With
talking
Yak
about
in
another
front of him.
Sanu pass.
I'm talking about the one in the Eagles game where Sanu on third down gets an outbreaking rod. He's wide open, and Jimmy Garoppolo throws it to the fan in the Garoppolo jersey in the fourth row.
That's
Like
pick
that's
and
just
right there, man.
it is the Deebo Samuel pass breakup where the Eagles defender, I forget who it was, would have had a pick six on the out. Like there's just too many throws that you see. You've seen this year in Jimmy Garoppolo's 3 starts. You've seen why they rolled with him this year and said, this is a Super Bowl caliber roster. Although with questions about that now, but the year saying this is a Super Bowl caliber roster. This is a quarterback that can get us there. And that we've seen the flashes of why they think that. But we've also seen the same flashes on the other side of that token for why they're moving off of him, despite the fact that, yeah, when he's good, he's really good. But when he's bad, he's really bad. And you just can't have that. You can't win consistently in the NFL if it's like, okay, well, he can win as long as the defense is top 10 and the running game is top 2 and the receivers are really good and George Kittle's healthy, and his pass blocking is good. He needs everything to be perfectly in place, and that's just not feasible long term.
Let me ask you this real quick, Kyle, because I'm still of the belief Jimmy Garoppolo should be the quarterback, and I know it sounds like I'm waffling on this all week long because I'm starting to have concerns, and this is the concern that I have. I'm watching that game on Sunday. Like I said, Jimmy was up and down. He struggled in the first half, did some things, led some drives in the second half. But I think it was before the potential game-winning drive. It was something like 21 of 32 for 188 or something like that. And while I agree with everything that you say about Trey Lance, and I don't necessarily think he's ready, I look at that and I'm like, well, he can do that. You know what I'm saying? Like he can do that. He can throw for 180 yards if Kyle is on his job and things of that nature. So at this point, if Jimmy is not like killing it, I'm not even saying he's got to be an MVP, but if he's not killing it, why wouldn't you just start Trey Lance? Because it feels like Trey can do what Jimmy's doing right now.
Because the risk is damaging his long-term development. And that's what this year is about. Because if you put him in, and I don't think this would happen, and I think the people that just immediately point to this are not thinking. They're just being frankly lazy with it. The argument against starting Trey Lance I've seen is, well, look what happened with Justin Fields. And it's like, well, you can't do – the 49ers would put Trey Lance in a much better position to succeed than the Bears did with Justin Fields. But that didn't do Justin Fields favors on Sunday. Like, Justin Fields didn't become a better player on Sunday against the Browns. And I think that's what the Niners are worried about with Trey Lance. Does he make 2 throws down the field to get intercepted, and now all of a sudden he's gun shy forever on throwing the ball down the field? Like, these are – and I'm not saying that's exactly what would happen, and that's just one example. But I think they're worried about long-term damage to him. They think he has a long way to go developmentally. They think they can get that done in practice with him running the scout team, getting those reps. I think that he should play more than he does. I think 8 to 10, maybe 12 snaps a game is probably a better look than what's he averaging, like 2.5 snaps a game right now. He had 4 in the first game and 3 in the third one. I think you can get him 8 to 10 and get him developed that way. But the thing, Kenny, just to directly answer your question, I think that the reason they're not just saying like, oh, well, if Jimmy's going to make a rookie mistake, we'll just put the rookie in. Or if Jimmy's not going to be great, we'll just put the rookie in. is because they're looking at 2022 and 2023 and saying, is that best for Trey Lance beyond this year? And they clearly don't think it is.
Well, damn it, I'm looking at 2021.
That's why Jimmy Garoppolo is starting.
We might not be here Sunday. I'm looking at
you know what? That's a great point. You're right.
That's there it is. It's a 49ers Friday brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. Kyle Madson, on the other hand, he's brought to you in Kyle Madson. His backpack and his broom closet are brought to you by, and his spotty internet connection are brought to you by 95.7 The Game in Danny in San Francisco. So we appreciate that. Kyle, at the risk of starting World War III here, I believe Kyle Madson is better at his job than the Kyle we're about to talk about.
Wow.
I want to ask you this question here because it's been a point of contention between me and my partner all week. Is your boy good at his job? Is there more evidence that Kyle Shanahan is a good coach or a bad coach?
Yes.
See.
No. I think he is. I think he is a good coach.
I love that. I love you got to know. You got to know something. You froze right there. So the fact that you said I think he's a good coach and froze, it sounded like you had no way to back up your point, and you just started talking. And that's how I'm going to cut this clip and send it out to the universe. Like, yep, that's what I said, and I ain't got no way of backing it up.
Rubber stamp it. No, so I think if you look what happened in 2017, they were abysmal. In 2018, Jimmy Garoppolo gets hurt. They are abysmal. They go to the Super Bowl in 2019. Last year, again, injuries, and they didn't finish well. What are they, 6-10 or 5-11, wherever they were? And the fact that players continue playing for him, and the fact that they have, for the most part, managed this Garoppolo-Lance thing without any, at least public dissension from any players, or, anonymous sources say that, players, the locker room's divided between a Garoppolo camp and a Lance camp. The fact that he's managed all of that, and the fact that players are still playing for him and players still want to play for him, to me says he's good at his job. Now,
wow.
Joe Staley was also on Candlestick Chronicles and said he thinks Kyle Shanahan's a good coach, and I'm going to believe him. On the other hand, when you look at, I think he has a long way to go to be a great head coach. In the modern NFL, you need a good offensive mind in your building, a forward-thinking, cutting-edge offensive mind. That's where Andy Reid is. It's Matt LaFleur in Green Bay. It's Bruce Arians down in Tampa Bay. You look at all the Brian Dable, the Bills offensive coordinator. You need that in your building. So I think he has a long way to go in terms of, time management. I think that the Trey Lance play call at the end of the first half, while it worked, that was like a frustrated Madden player just going on tilt and being like, screw it, I'm going to go do this thing, and throw the hands up and see if it works. I think that he is prone to getting really frustrated and letting that impact his decision-making, which you cannot have. That can't happen. And that's something that he needs to learn moving forward. But I think overall, I think he's done an okay job. I don't think it's fair to put him in the conversation with Andy Reid and Bill Belichick and whatever else crazy stuff people want to do.
What about Luke Walton? Because you were talking about players playing for him and keeping the locker room and all this. I was like, damn, talking about Luke Walton. Players love playing. They like playing for Luke Walton too, and he ain't lost the locker room. And you think Luke's a good coach?
Luke Walton doesn't have the reputation of being one of the top offensive minds in basketball, and he doesn't have Nick Mullins throwing for the second most yards ever through a quarterback's first 16 starts. Like he doesn't have those credentials. He rode Steve Kerr's coattails for 24 games. So that's what I think the difference is there. But
or Steve Kerr rode his coattails.
Oh wow! Didn't even think about that. But Kyle Shanahan's been to the playoffs. Kyle Shanahan took a team to the playoffs. Like, Luke Walton, can you get into the play-in tournament and then call me? So that's where I think Shanahan is good, but he has a long way to go before you can call him, one of the best head coaches in the league. He's a great offensive mind, But in terms of being that all-around head coach and game management and time management, he had the 4th down from the 50 where they took the delay of game and punted instead of going for it on 4th and 1. I think it was like with 5 minutes left in the second quarter. That kind of stuff to me is, he goes, oh, I'd like to have that one back. It's like, that's great, but you can't get it back. You need to make that decision in the game, and you need to make the right decision. So he's a good head coach, not a great head coach.
Yeah, and I think there's no problem with saying that Kyle Shanahan is a good head coach. And I've said numerous times, and Kyle, we talked about this when you were filling in for Damian. We think he's a good head coach, but to last in San Francisco and anywhere, you have to have results. You know what I mean? And he's not on the hot seat this year, but if he didn't make the playoffs this year, going into next year, he'd absolutely be on the hot seat. The only thing that I would say about saying he's a bad coach and equating that to his overall record, the way Damian and some other people do, is those years. Right now, we haven't had a season, and I'm not trying to stall him out completely because he's got flaws like a lot of other. But we haven't had a season where we're like, yo, that one's on Kyle Shanahan.
Right.
His first season, it was an exhibition team. Second season, he lost his quarterback. Third season, everybody was there. He was great. Fourth season, everybody just fell off the face of the earth with injuries. Like it wasn't.
But here's the thing: these seasons are starting to add up.
Right.
Yeah. So at some point, you're going to lose your job, but it's circumstantial.
Is he going to lose his job and be like, man, damn, that Kyle's a good. Like someone tweeted yesterday that I think we read it on the air. All but 5 teams in the NFL would ditch their coach for Kyle Shanahan, which is laughable.
That's right.
Yeah, I don't think it's laughable.
I think that's right, though.
Stop it. No.
It's about getting. No, I don't know if it's laughable. I don't know if teams would fire their head coach mid-season, but if he was available this offseason, I think there's a lot of teams that would poke around for sure. And Damian, ultimately you're right. Like if you start stacking up 7-8 years and you're like, yeah, the one year they were healthy, they went to the Super Bowl, but the other 7, look at all these injuries. Like eventually you've got to go to the common theme or the common thread in all of those years and try and. But right now, I don't think that you can put it on him necessarily. But they go on like I don't know they go like on his ledger where eventually it's going to be like, all right, hey, we're looking over the 8 years of Kyle Shanahan as the 49ers head coach, and 6 of those years they were super injured and didn't do anything. So, I mean, ultimately it's about results. Nobody's going to care if you're here a decade, make the playoffs once, and you go, oh, but the injuries just wait till we're healthy. Like, no, that's not going to work out.
Absolutely.
Kenny, go ahead. I just want to let everybody know, it's a little plug for my man Kyle here. Go to NinersWire.com and check out the article about the 2021 draft picks. Go ahead, Kenny. Go ahead. Just go get your question. I just want people to go read Kyle's work over at NinersWire.com. And let's not pretend that John Lynch is the general manager. We know who the general manager is, but go ahead, Kenny.
All right. So at the same time, like I said, I just want to keep the same energy. Did he draft George Kittle?
Sure.
Yeah.
Did he draft Deebo Samuel?
Sure.
Did he draft De'Amon Lenore? Did he draft Nick Bosa? Like,
did he draft Solomon Thomas? Did he draft Trace? Did he draft 3 guys who aren't playing?
Tell me the coach and the GM that hits 50% of their draft every year. Doesn't happen.
Well, ultimately, this year doesn't even matter. He's going to be judged by 1 pick and 1 pick.
Correct.
Yeah.
And we don't get to see that pick this year because
maybe not.
And that's what I think is ultimately where it's going to lie. Like Trey Lance is the first time Kyle Shanahan has gotten to be the number 3 overall pick and handpick his guy. He got to be at the top of the draft with all but 2 available quarterbacks and say, this is my guy that I am moving forward with. If that doesn't work out, forget this year. If that doesn't work out, because if they win 5 games this year or 15 games this year, they can still win 15. If they win 5 games this year or 15 games this year, how Trey Lance does is what's going to matter for Kyle Shanahan's long-term viability as the 49ers head coach. If they go 5-12 this year, but Trey Lance comes in next year and they go 13-4 and go to the playoffs and they're in the playoffs every year after that, like the last 5 seasons aren't gonna matter at all. It all comes down to number 5. And that's why they're going to be so patient with him.
100%. Kyle, what we seeing this Sunday, man? This is a big game for both teams involved. I think it's I don't want to say just as big, but it would be huge if the Niners could go 3-1 and bounce back after that tough loss against Green Bay and take your division rival and kind of push them to the side a little bit. What you think we see on Sunday?
Yeah, I think I thought going into the stretch they had to go 2-1, and Green Bay was the one you could afford to lose. But here's the deal: if George Kittle and Elijah Mitchell both don't play, they're not winning. They're just not going to be able to score enough points, and that's a problem. Like the Seahawks are going to score a lot, whether Tyler Lockett plays or not. The Seahawks are going to put some points up, and can the 49ers score 34, 35, 36 points? No, if George Kittle is not playing and Elijah Mitchell's not playing. So I think the Seahawks are going to win if those guys aren't in. If they're in, it's a different story, and I think the 49ers can pull out. But right now, I would probably lean Seattle.
The game's internet connection is in worse shape than George Kittle's calf. And by the way, you're going to lose your little game with Chris Peterman on Candlestick Chronicles because you drafted George Kittle first. So whatever the game is in the payoff, you're going to lose.
I also have Elijah Mitchell.
Awesome. You're in for a great week. Check out Candlestick Chronicles. Check out Niners Wire and check out 95.7 The Game in San Francisco on the Odyssey app. That's our man, Kyle Madson. We're coming back, and we're talking Kings basketball next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Clear. All right, you're good.
Appreciate
There's a chat.
Slide out real quick, Kyle. I'll be right back.
Yeah, go ahead.
This chat is hilarious.
Oh,
it's your
this chat is
opinion.
something.
You're wrong. It's your opinion. It's fine, but it's wrong.
Well, no. See, what you got to understand, he probably isn't talking to you.
No, I know that.
He's talking to someone else in the chat.
Oh no, I totally.
And they
totally,
could very well be talking about hot wings.
Oh yeah,
they're
no,
actually not listening to us. Oh
Coach,
yeah.
No, there was when I was filling in, they were ignoring Kenny. I was just locked into the chat.
Yeah. It's tough. Kenny ignores me a lot.
That's fair.
I can't blame him though. I mean,
same. Hey, are we still hanging out in a couple weeks?
Yeah.
All right. Are we going up there?
Aren't you?
Yeah, we want to. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I thought that was the idea.
Yeah. No, we'll be up there. I don't know if we'll stay up there, but we'll come have dinner and hang out, and I'll drink some McQueen in the Violet Fog.
Okay, I got a room for you if you want to stay.
Like
a real room.
Maybe we'll see. I don't know.
Well, whatever you guys want to do, it doesn't matter. Whatever you
want. They are called Raises the Bar, is what the Trader Joe's granola bars are called. They're so good. They're my favorite granola bar I've ever eaten.
Nice.
Why is the Black A's hat hilarious? It's like my favorite hat from when I was a kid.
It's clean.
And I like it a lot. I think they should bring back the black and green jerseys. But anyways, how are you, man? How are things?
All good, baby. All good.
Oh boy.
Rolling along. Getting through the show today.
We still need to ask you officially to officiate our wedding, so we got to do that too. And not just a random phone call on like a Tuesday night.
Oh, that wasn't official? Oh, I took that.
I mean, it is. Official. It is. No, it is for sure. But we need to do the whole like we're going to present you with like a thing and ask formally.
Oh, I didn't know that was a thing. Well, that's exciting.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Still a risky ask on your part, but
why? Because I'm going to get dunked on the whole time.
Well, see, I thought about that, but for Heather, I won't. Like, I'm not going to turn it into a roast. Like, you are getting married for. I'll roast you later, but not there in front of like a. I'll do it in front of your parents. They'd find it funny. I don't want to do it in front of Heather's parents. They don't know me.
I think they'd still find it funny.
Be on the wedding video.
Her mom clowns me a lot. So.
Oh, that's my kind of girl. Then we're gonna party together.
Yeah. No, it'd be cool, man. We're super excited about it.
That's great, man. Me too.
Yeah.
Me too.
There's been a lot of as we're like kind of because we're starting to get to like the nitty gritty planning. Mm-hmm. When we're kind of going over stuff, we'll just be like, we'll just ask Damien will take care of
that. Sure.
with like officiating stuff. Like we're like, what do we want it to say? Well, just Damien will do it.
I got you. Are you guys gonna write vows?
No.
So I'm doing that for you. So that's the part you're like, Damien will do.
Oh no, we have something like written down, but we're not doing like our own. We're just gonna read. It's one set of vows, and we're gonna alternate lines on it.
Gotcha.
So, yeah.
Okay. I got you.
Yeah. It'll be nice, like mostly non-denominational.
I got you. Yeah.
We're trying to keep it tight. I'm talking like 15 minutes. I wanted like 5. I was like 5 to 7, and she's like, no. All right. That's fine. I just want to party. It's open bar, so.
Oh, nice.
That was my one requirement when we were looking for places. I was like, I just need an open bar. I don't care about anything else.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So, anyways,
we'll get McQueen and Luke Belair to sponsor it, and I'll bring a couple cases with me, and we'll set it off.
Oh yeah, that'd be great.
We'll set it off.
All right, fellas.
All right, man. Have a good one.
Show. Thanks for having me. See you guys next week.
All right. Bye. It's crazy. Yeah, you know what? I don't even. I think with Kyle, like it's like a chill wedding, even no tuxedo. Pick up the phone, say Papa not home. I just realized I couldn't say like the next 3 lines, so I was like, I'll just go ahead and self-edit the joint.
Where it's dead air for like 15 seconds.
Yeah, it's just a beat. Marvasachi Hati, come to find out, can't even hit the next line. You knew about me, the fake ID. Welcome
Cases in Virginia, bodies in DC.
Yeah,
an
buddy.
All-timer, man, an all-timer.
That's the one right there, man. You talk about all-timers. How about Diana Taurasi last night, bro? Ooh. My goodness. Diana Taurasi's 39 years old. She had 37 points last night. Oh, bruh. She had 37. They blew out the Aces. The Aces gave up 117 points last night to 30. It felt like they gave them all up today. You talk about a big 3, yo. The Phoenix got a big 3. They got a gargantuous 3. Diana Taurasi, Brittany Griner, Skylar Diggins-Smith. They combined to score or assist on 101 of the 117 points. Diana Taurasi is the greatest basketball player I've ever seen, man. She is
nasty.
She's 39, dude. I think this is it, man. I think this is it for her, but she is nasty.
I'm not, in any way saying I played in the NBA or nothing like that, but I'm 38 and I can't imagine like just how I feel on a day-to-day basis and just not being what I used to be 10 years ago. I can't even imagine playing in a rec league right now, let alone the highest level of your sport. Yeah. And then not even just playing, but to drop 39 in a playoff game against, are the Aces the number 1 seed?
No, Connecticut is, but
I mean, they're one of the favorites.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
So, I mean, man, that's crazy. And you're not 100%. And you were hurt.
Right. She's dealing with the ankle. Of course, Bill Lambier's smart ass before the game. Diana Taurasi isn't even injured. I'll go show you I'm not injured. Are you telling people I'm not injured? All right, I'm gonna go play like it. Here's 39 for you. WNBA games were pretty good. Yeah, WNBA games were good last night. They were a lot better than that football.
I missed the Sky game. What happened in that game?
Sky lost. It's even.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's even. Connecticut pulled even, which kind of I didn't know that was good. Connecticut is the number 1 seed. Like they couldn't drop that one. But I like game 3. It's gonna be good.
Yeah,
it's gonna be good for sure. Another note here before we get to the Sacramento Kings. The Athletic talked to the president of the Pelicans and the Saints, and when they were asked about moving the team, I quote, "There's absolutely no way. Not on my watch, not on Mrs. Benson's watch. I was born and raised in New Orleans. It tore my heart out when the Jazz left. The last thing I want is for either of these teams to leave New Orleans. It's not going to happen."
Well, look, good for New Orleans, man. We may want something, but good for New Orleans. If I was sold the owner of the Sacramento Kings, I don't care what's going on. I would tell people over my dead body, they're leaving Sacramento. Like they're staying here forever.
Yeah.
As Cardi B once said, forever. Okay. So they say he's a New Orleans resident, or the son of the city.
Mhm.
So I get it. I disagree, but I get it. The ironic thing about that is I was reading, I don't know if it was in that article or a different one, but they're open to, or they have plans to sell that team. And one of the caveats to that is whoever buys it, takes over, they have to keep them there. So they're like vetting out any potential people that may be interested in buying. And like the requirement is you can't leave. Like you cannot leave. So
did they do that with Minnesota?
No,
they didn't.
I don't think so.
I don't know why I thought that they did.
They did that with somewhere else, but I don't think they did that with Minnesota.
Sacramento. I feel like they did it here.
David Stern did that with Sacramento.
It was very much like, look, we are not going through this nonsense again. 49ers Friday is brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. If you want to get in on these phone lines, man, we'd love to hear from you. 916-349-1320. If you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, jump in the chat. It's twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. The chat house is a great community. It's a great way to interact. It's a dangerous community at times, but it is a great way. Yeah, it's a great, well-meaning community there that you could jump in and have immediate reaction, immediate response, immediate dialogue here with what's going on in the show. Want to get to Tristan Thompson. We had this idea based on something we were talking about yesterday. Each of us gave a reason that the Sacramento Kings would make the playoffs. Like the Kings going to make the playoffs, and here's why. One reason. Wasn't a multiple reasons. Wasn't one reason the Kings are going to make the playoffs. Then we went on one reason the Kings aren't going to make the playoffs. And Jesse had this idea of like, well, what if we expand on that and said, if this happens, then what? Like a lot of people who have smart homes are familiar with the there's an app. If this, then that. If I leave the house, the vacuum comes on. If I get home, all of the lights turn on. Like that's essentially what the app is. So we started thinking of different scenarios for the Sacramento Kings where it's like, if this, then what happens? Like I'll throw one at you right now. If Tyrese Halliburton doesn't take a big jump, if Tyrese Halliburton doesn't take that jump that we all expect him to take, then what? What's that mean for the Kings this year?
It means they'll be fighting and scratching to get the 10th spot. Because when you say jump, that means he does more of what he did last year. This is about what he did last year. Yeah, right. But so saying he doesn't take a jump means basically we get last year's Tyrese Halliburton.
Fair.
And I'm okay with that.
Fair.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
So you
as long as he doesn't regress, right?
Sure. Which I can't see.
No, I can't.
I can't see that. Like, and I know, that's easy for us to say, doing a radio show. I can't see that in Tyrese Halliburton at all. But you said, so if he's the same Tyrese Halliburton, they're going to be scratching and clawing. If hypothetically he does take that jump, are they not scratching and clawing? They coasting? Are we on Costa Koufis mode to the plane?
If he makes that jump, I think they are. I'm going to say it. I'm not afraid to say it. I'll say it with my chest. If he makes a jump, I think they're more so in line the 7th and 8th seed. Around that territory. Yeah. I ain't afraid to say it, Damon.
You heard the man. So is that but okay. Is this like a Carl Lewis 1984 Olympic style jump? Or is this like D'Lo at the age of 41 jump? Like I want to jump. Like he's gonna be better, or is it here's the proper comparison. Is it improvement from a rookie year to a sophomore year, or is it what De'Aaron did? Because I don't think what De'Aaron did was normal.
Nah, if he did what De'Aaron did, they're in the playoffs.
6 seed.
Right. So I'm looking at it like we'll do it numbers wise. He averaged like 13 and 5 or 6 last year. If he got to that's a lot too, but if he got to 16 and 6, 16 and 7 a night,
And that's what if I remember correctly, that's kind of what you've capped Tyrese
Yeah,
at.
16, 17, maybe 18 points a night.
Okay.
I find it, and this is.
I feel
this
like you
isn't
just crept up to 18. I feel like you've always kind of been at like the 16 barometer, and you just kind of crept up to 18 there.
I don't know. Maybe I did, but and this is no knock to the ball player. I think he is, but I think 18 is about where he is.
Well, you had a reason for that, though.
Yeah, because he doesn't take bad shots. Like he seems to only. If he's nobody's perfect, but he's really
methodical.
Yeah,
he's like Triple H.
Right play.
He's the cerebral assassin. Like he picks his spots. He's very. Yeah.
He's not gonna to get to like 21, 22, 23 points per game. You got to force some stuff.
You got
and Tyrese ain't gonna force it.
To get to 22 points. You got to have some questionable behavior out there on the court. Tyrese just does not have that.
No, not at all. So he's always gonna make the right pass, make the right play for the team, even if that means he's not taking the shot. I hope I'm wrong, though. That'd be awesome if he was a 20 point per game guy.
That'd be crazy. Yeah, that'd be great. I mean, I don't.
He has the skill to do it. Like he's a great shooter. He has a great mind for the game. I think he has the skill to go out there and score 20 a night. I just don't think it's in his nature to like do the, like you said, questionable things that you have to do sometimes to get to that on a nightly basis.
If for whatever reason, and the dude is, I mean, he's Teflon. He doesn't get hurt. But if he's traded. Or if he's out for an extended period of time. If Buddy isn't around, does Tyrese have to do that stuff? If Buddy's not around, whether for an extended period of time or permanently, if he's on, does he have to pick up the scoring slack?
Somewhat, yeah, somewhat. I think if
does he have to start doing questionable things out there on the basketball floor, on the offensive end?
But the addition of Davion. And I feel, if Buddy's gone, that'll be more minutes for Terrence Davis. I think those two combined will at least help make up for what Buddy would be giving this team if he's not here. You know what I mean? So it wouldn't be all on Tyrese. Tyrese could still be at his 16, 17 points a night, but still you're getting the production from other places, from Davion, from Terrence Mitchell, that combined they'll all make up what to me, combined easily they would make up what Buddy would be leaving behind.
Full disclosure, I'm in mid-season form here because I was about to ask you who's going to be, who's going to be the second, third leading scorer on the team, and it dawned on me, hey, Harrison Barnes is still here. Like he's very capable of scoring. I think he was averaging 17 points per game last year at one point. I don't know what he wound up finishing at, but he was averaging some career highs through a large chunk of the season last year before he switched to the 4 primarily. But hey, that's none of my business because that man is clearly playing the 4 at a number of occasions. And I know this to be fact because Luke Walton said that today. Luke Walton said Harrison Barnes is going to see some time at the 3 and the 4. And he said Buddy Hield is going to see some time at the 3. He said there's no reason Buddy Hield can't be a small forward in this league.
Fair enough. I mean,
we're on an island, bro. It is me and you. We are out there on Lonely Island.
Let's be fair to Luke and the powers that be. He didn't say that that's where he'll start or he'll play the majority of the minutes.
Yep.
I have no problem with having moments in games, whether it's finishing out a game or coming out of a timeout in the second quarter or whatever, playing and tinkering with the lineup and matchups, and maybe having Harrison at the 4, having Buddy Hield play the 3 or whatever the case may be. No problem. That's fine. I just don't want Luke or anybody else to rely on that. I don't think that's a reliable option that you say, this is what we're basing our team around. That would be a failure, in my opinion.
James Ham talked to Tyrese Halliburton was available for the media today. James Ham talked with him, and they talked about the 3-guard lineup and 3-guard sets.
Say so. I just feel like guys have really put a lot of work in this summer. Not only the guys that are playing every day, but the guys over here working out, and it's just been a part of us the whole summer. It's just kind of been our our attitude is that we had to work a lot harder than a lot of other teams. So.
What's your assessment so far of how the 3-guard look has been, and is that we think of that as you, Fox, and Davion a lot now, but is it also sometimes Buddy and Terrence and other guys as well?
Yeah. I mean, you're probably gonna see 3 guards a lot. Not only like you said, not only with us three, but with Buddy and with TD and other guys. So. It's obviously doable. I hate for people to think that it's not. For a lot last year, we ran a 3-guard lineup of me, De'Aaron, and Corey Joseph. So, we can definitely do it. It's we all know how to play basketball and know our strengths and weaknesses. The more we know about each other, the closer we are, the better everything's gonna get.
Jason Anderson there with the question. 3-guard lineup a lot. Says. 3-guard lineup a lot. Want to get your thoughts on that real quick. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge. I'm Damien Barling. He's Kenny Caraway, and I just interrupted him. Go ahead.
You're fine. I was going to say, you go with your best players, and I think right now their best players are a combination, whatever the combination that you want to have, of Davion, Fox, Halliburton. While I'm not saying he's fourth, but Buddy is one of your better players. Terrence Davis is one of your better players. That's where your strength is of this team. Yeah, run your 3-guard lineup. And like I've mentioned a number of different times this year or this offseason, look at the NBA Finals. A 3-guard lineup is not crazy. You're not going up against Charles Oakley at the 4. You're not going up against Buck Williams at the 4. Or Larry Nance or whoever, Horace Grant at the 4. That's not the way the game is always played nowadays. You can get.
I wonder how many shows in America had a Buck Williams reference today.
Not even in Portland.
That's solid.
Yeah. So Charles Barkley, you're not going up against those 4s all the time, those type of 4s all the time. So you can get away with a 3-guard lineup and be perfectly fine.
Well, it's happening. I mean, I think a bulk of the if can be taken out of the equation because it's been a topic of discussion through the first. What was the first practice? Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Here we are on Friday. This is the 4th day of player availability or Luke Walton availability, and the 3-guard lineup has come up in some way, shape, or form every day. Let me hit you with another if this, then that.
Mm-hmm.
If De'Aaron Fox doesn't put up the same numbers that he did last year, say they're a little bit worse. I'll rephrase it. If De'Aaron's not as good as he was last year, then what?
Oh, they're going to need somebody else to pick up some of that slack because a lot of the excitement and the expectations that I have for this team is that at the very least, De'Aaron Fox is what he was last year. If he regresses at all, it's a bad sign.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bad sign. What did he go for, like 25 and 7 last year? If he's 22, 23 and 7, I don't think this assist will go down. But if he's not scoring as much, that has to mean that somebody else is stepping up on a higher wave.
Tyrese is starting to have questionable behavior out there on the basketball floor. Now he's sitting at 18.
Or 35 is out there scoring.
Oh boy.
18, 19 points a game. Here's
man.
That's what it would have to be if De'Aaron
for sure. For sure.
But this is what I believed from the moment they drafted De'Aaron Fox. And he's exceeded that a little bit, and it's changed a little bit for me. But I always believed De'Aaron Fox was going to be the straw that stirs the drink. He was going to be the guy he was going to be the heartbeat of this team.
Mm-hmm.
But if they were going to get where they wanted to get, he wasn't going to be the leading scorer because I just didn't feel that was in his nature. I felt they were going to have to bring in somebody, whether it was Michael Porter Jr., I didn't know him at the time, so I'm not gonna act like I did. But a Luka Doncic,
Mm-hmm.
Marvin Bagley, who would be the guy that would come in and average 23 points a night. And De'Aaron would be somewhere around 19, maybe 20 a night, but he's facilitating, getting everything around. That's what I always dreamed the situation would be. For whatever reason, whether I, didn't give him all the opportunity that he deserved, or his game changed, or Marvin didn't pan out the way he was, De'Aaron Fox has turned into the guy that has to score the 25 points a night. But initially, by nature, I thought De'Aaron would just be, 19, maybe 20 points a night, distributing, playing good defense. Maybe if he isn't able to score as much as he was last year, maybe that ends up being a good sign that somebody stepped up. I doubt it, but you never know.
You talk about starting points for a season. I feel like the starting point for this season has to be, and it's individual because of the circumstances of De'Aaron's into a season. But for De'Aaron, the starting point for this season, for the Kings to truly be successful, has to be where he left off last year.
Yes.
Which that's a really, really high expectation.
Yeah.
Because he was phenomenal prior to going out with the illness last year.
Let me ask you, this is a if that just came out on the fly.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe it's an either or.
Mm.
What's more likely? De'Aaron Fox continues at that floor from the gate, or somebody steps up their game and picks up some of the slack? Somebody on this current roster.
I think somebody picks up.
Okay.
And somebody steps up their game, not necessarily picks up the slack, but somebody steps up their game, whether it's Tyrese. Hell, it could be Harrison Barnes.
Mm-hmm.
It could be your man Marvin Bagley. It could be, dude. It could be the leader of the team, Triston Thompson. You know what I mean? It could be somebody who provides something on a night-to-night basis where we go, yeah, that's the difference.
Right.
Not that, and I feel like I almost answered that question in a way where it's framed as I don't think De'Aaron can do what he did at the end of last year or towards that final stretch of last year. I just think that's a really high expectation to have. I think if De'Aaron Fox starts there, Kings are going to be in really, really, really good shape.
Mm-hmm.
But with that said, the Kings also need to start where they kind of finished last season.
Absolutely.
And the fact that they were a grittier team, they were a tougher team. We had Mark Jones on the show as the season was winding down. It might have been right when the season ended.
Mm-hmm.
And Mark was just raving about how the team was playing and what they were doing defensively. And I asked him, like, oh, Tyrese ain't here. De'Aaron ain't here. I think Marvin was back. Like, why is this happening now?
Mm-hmm.
And to Mark's credit, he didn't BS us. He was like, dude, I don't know. I don't know why it's come together in this way at this time, but it did.
Mm-hmm.
And that needs to be the starting point for the team as a whole.
Yeah.
De'Aaron has a starting point because he couldn't finish with the squad last year. The team has a starting point, or like for me, my expectations, the team has a starting point. De'Aaron has a starting point to where I think they should be when this season gets underway to lead to their success next year or this year.
Well, I agree, man. I agree. I'm expecting De'Aaron Fox to play the way he finished. I think he's there. He's at that point of his career where he's ready to bring that every night.
I mean, that's what James said to us the other day. Like he's on the stage. This is it. Like it's not ascending to the big stage. It's not. He's on the big stage. This is his year. This is it. He's in a different stratosphere now compared to where he was when he was the 5th overall pick.
Guess who's listening to the show?
De'Aaron Fox.
He might be, but Jason Anderson.
Hey, Jay.
Because, well, he didn't say he was, but he answered a question that we were asking.
Oh.
He tweeted out a minute ago, off day tomorrow, practice on Sunday.
There you go. I mean, I wasn't sure if they would do practice tomorrow off day, but yeah, that makes sense. Appreciate Jason, and I know Jason's a listener of the show.
Nah, Jason, that's our guy.
Told us he's a listener of the show. Other people don't announce that they listen to the show. They just tweet stuff that we talk about and pass it off as their own. It's Friday at 3:12, and I'm in full Petty Pendergrass mode, baby. You know what it is, and you know who you are. Trust me. We see you. They're sent to us every time. Let's talk more Kings basketball when we return. Plus, we'll give our final thoughts on the Seahawks and the 49ers. We've established it's a must-win game for the San Francisco 49ers this week.
Hey, man. When we say ESPN 1320 is your number one source for Kings basketball coverage, we mean it's the number one source. Everybody come here.
Best believe that. Everybody. 49ers Friday is brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. Petty LaBelle and Petty Pendergrass are back with more on Sacramento's number one sports station, ESPN 1320.
But whose side is he on?
Whose side is he on?
Okay.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. Some funny stuff.
Nobody's getting those vibes, Marcus. Nobody. To every time, dude. This is family here. Kimmy knows what's up. Hit the thumbs up. Can y'all hit the thumbs up, pretty please? Pretty please. I think we're almost at 100. That's always our barometer. Oh yeah, we got 99 in here. We only need 17 more.
No, let's get
that gets us to 100. It maybe pop a little bit over the weekend. I mean, we've no, man, that's all. I couldn't get in. I mean, I didn't get tickets. I didn't get credentials. I couldn't get in. It's all you. I mean, I got a podcast to record on Sunday night with my partner, but that's all I got.
I know. We just doing a 1-2, just a little 1-2, just a little.
I couldn't get in. I'll be watching from the outside, like what's going on in there. 12 more.
Like with that area they talking about, like by the rail yard.
Is it like on the street?
I think so.
Yeah,
I think it's where they just like recently made street over there, right?
Yeah, I know where it's at. There have been different. I don't remember what you call them. Like beer fest type things over there before. So yeah, I'm kind of familiar with it.
Is there a lot of dirt over there? What shoes should I wear?
No, I think it's on unless it's somewhere else. I think it's on.
Oh, okay.
I think you're good. I'd be aware, but I think you're fine.
Oh yeah, it's not going to be an off-white situation.
No.
Yeah.
No. I mean, you got like 7 pair to choose from, but this dude showed up in my house.
Maybe a Vapor Max situation.
There you go. That'll work.
The Vapor Max, as much as I love them, at least for my foot, they can get a little uncomfortable after a while. I think about this often, right?
Yeah. Because
I like the Vapor Max. I love the Vapor Max. I'm like, yo, that's smooth from Nike. Mm-hmm. That's smooth. I like that. I look, I don't run from it. I don't hide from it. I wonder often if there was 3 stripes on that shoe instead of a swoosh, but I'd be like, those are garbage. Those are trash. Yeah. What are they doing?
Yeah.
I guess we'll never know.
It doesn't matter.
I guess we'll never
not nothing to be concerned about there. If anyone who's watching hasn't hit the thumbs up yet, please do. We're at 91 and 91. We want to get to 100 before the show ends.
Yeah, come on, man. Get up in there.
Of course, for every single person watching us hit the thumbs up, then we're pretty much tapped out. But that's all right. Sonic Boom.
I don't know if I like that.
Holmes
Sonic
Bagley.
Boom. Not even what he's saying.
Right. Oh, just the name. Well, that's all right.
You know I
well, you gotta let it go.
I'm not ready to let it go. Just
got a frozen that joint.
I don't know. Stephen Brown, you asked earlier, you said, who has a 3-guard lineup in the NBA Finals? Well, the Suns did. Suns had, and I look at, we can argue semantics here and say that Michael Bridges is a small forward. Sure, he's a small forward, but he's not that much taller than Buddy Hield. Buddy Hield, and he don't do nothing. He sits in the corner the whole time. Buddy Hield could guard a Michael Bridges. Jay Crowder was playing the 4. Harrison Barnes could guard him. So that's what I meant by that. Nah, Cole's my guy.
Yeah, Kobe on that Adidas trash though, hard. That dude swear by it. Like, man, Cole. Go peep the Odyssey app. I bet you could find a dope throwback channel rocking these rejoiners that we have been all day long. As a matter of fact, I'm quite positive that you can. I was listening to the Beatbox channel not that long ago. That's where you can find dope music like, now what you hear is not a test. I'm rapping to the beat. You'll also find your favorite artists on the Odyssey app.
Slandering that song, man.
It's a fine song with important history, but it's not. Check out the new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar. I will concede, though. I will concede a lot of that stuff does sound the same.
Yeah.
Like what you hear is not a test sounds exactly like these are the breaks. Break it up, break it all. I get it.
Break it up, break it up.
I
like
get it.
Next party, you need to have the playlist playing. Come on, man. Let's go back. Let's go back to the 70s.
Well, because your boy comes over and says, "Yo, can I? Let me put on a record." It's like,
time is of the essence.
Like literally, the whole family goes, "No." So I'll tell you, next time we have people, the next thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna stop turning the music over to other people. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna run it myself. And then there was the weird moment where I had a playlist created. I had a playlist created for the young people that were coming over.
Oh man, little baby.
But the problem was, but the grown folks showed up first, and it was like, I'm not gonna have this blaring through the speakers of a house that's just starting to fill up.
Yeah, no, we don't need twerkulator.
So, and then of course
the grown folks come.
My man Sean takes control of the iPads. It's late in the night. It's later in the night. What's he do? He's full, yo, we need to go old school. No, we need to go old school. It's like, all right, cool. But do whatever you want to do. This fool puts on Ain't No Fun. I'm like, hey, man, there are still adults here. What are you doing? Give me that back. Turned it off. Had to go find something else to put on. You never see
boy, man.
You never give it. Never that lesson. Life lessons with D-Lo and Casey. Never give up control of the music at your own house. Never give up control of the music.
Do you notice that at your own house, at your own party, you don't even get to pay attention to what's being played?
Oh, 100%. Especially that last one where I was taking out the trash every 5 minutes and trying to make sure kids didn't spill nothing in the game room. And yeah, no, I definitely would.
Yeah, I have no idea. I want to give a shout out to our guy Eric in Arizona. Said he listens daily. Says you guys are great, man. Shout out to Eric, man. Appreciate you, bro.
Oh, just wait till the 49ers play the Cardinals. He is not going to be a fan of this show anymore.
Oh, he's probably not a Cardinals fan. People in Arizona don't like the Cardinals. You see how many Viking fans were at that Cardinals game? It's the same thing when the Niners play over there. I've been slandering Vegas and Los Angeles for so long about opposing fans coming in there. That's my mistake. They're going to be all through Arizona.
Well, to be fair, the 49ers are, their second home is in Arizona.
It's true.
So I wonder if with the way that the Cardinals are playing, do you think that starts to change?
No, because from my understanding, somebody could tell me if I'm wrong. Arizona's got a bit of a Florida vibe where people relocate to Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
So The locals are cool, but they're not. I don't think it changes. No. Now we seen them in the NFC Championship game and like at Arizona, and it was filled with Cardinals fans. Like that'll happen, but just on a regular basis. Like if one of the heavy hitters come to town, they're gonna take over. I mean, Niners, Raiders, Packers, Bears, Cowboys, like they're always gonna take over. But that Vikings thing was jarring because the Vikings were in there.
Well, they probably wanted to go somewhere warm, just a guess. But I do think that fan base travels.
They do,
which is I don't think that's you don't often associate those.
Mm-mm.
Like the Minnesota Vikings is a fan base that shows up in other markets. Like
Yeah,
the Bears does, the Steelers do. Obviously, the Raiders are all over the country. The 49ers are all over the country. But yeah, it's weird that the Vikings kind of fit in that category. They always have.
One of my good friends is a Vikings fan. Shout out to my man Kyle DeYoung. But I always wonder, like, where did this come from?
Mm-hmm.
They ain't never won nothing. They ain't been in no Super Bowls.
Like, was you a fan of Ahmad Rashad that much? Like, how?
That's like, ironically, there's a lot of Chiefs fans too. And it's almost kind of like, well, where did this come from?
Yeah.
Why are you a Chiefs fan?
I don't know that one either, especially here.
Yeah. There are some people, I don't know if they went as far as this one cat that I know where he just left the 49ers, but there's some people who hopped on when Joe went over there.
Oh, okay. And he wasn't 2 years. How long was Joe there?
Maybe 2-3 years, maybe 4 max, but it might have been just 2 because I think he made.
I feel like it was 2.
That was it.
Okay.
Yeah. But
49ers Friday brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. We'll get back to the 49ers coming up here in just a few minutes. We'll give you our final thoughts, and I'm not giving a prediction on the weekend, but we'll.
I didn't get a chance to have a San Francisco splash over the weekend. That's my winning drink. I have McQueen and cranberry juice. It's my winning drink. Didn't get a chance to have it on Sunday.
Well, they didn't win.
I know. I didn't get it.
Okay.
I need my San Francisco splash this week. Come on now.
I'm with it. We posted at youtube.com/ESPN1320. Who you got this weekend? 64% say 49ers over the Seahawks. Should be no surprise there, as I assume a lot of people. I think it was all the Bears fans that voted for the Seahawks, and Bears and Raiders fans voted for the Seahawks in that one.
Boy, you want to talk about some haters, boy? There's some great haters.
Who is Roddy still in here? Roddy, yeah, there's Roddy. Roddy, who do you root for now that you have divorced yourself from the Las Vegas?
Roddy is
Raiders?
the dude and was the Quaid that was in Major League 2. Remember where he was like, it was.
There was a Quaid and
Randy.
I think it's Dennis. Randy's the goofy one. Is Randy Quaid?
Randy.
Okay, all right.
Randy was in the bleachers like, they stink.
Oh,
They'll blow
it in the playoffs.
And then they start being good. He's like, it doesn't matter. They're not going to win anyway. And then come playoff time, it's like, I love the wild thing. Let's go. That's Roddy.
Turns out Randy Quaid is crazier than any character he's ever played. A couple of storylines for the weekend that we got to touch on before we get back to the Kings. And I swear to you, after 3 hours of talking about it, you're going to hear what Tristan Thompson had to say yesterday at practice.
It's right there. I've got the line. It's right there.
We're playing the long game here. We got to get you to listen to all. I was going to turn the show off, but damn it, they keep talking about Tristan Thompson. I just gotta stick around for that.
There's some people who might be feeling that way after this past week of Tristan Thompson. They're big believers. Like, I got to hear what Tristan got to say.
Man, if Media Day didn't do it, yesterday might have. Couple of storylines Kenny and I are watching this weekend. KC, I normally don't lump the 49ers into storylines to watch because we spend so much time talking about them. But I'm watching the NFC West.
Ooh.
I'm watching the 49ers and the Seahawks, but the game of the week, you could talk about Brady in New England, the Bucks, and all of that stuff. Bruh, it's the Rams and the Cardinals. And I think both teams got their chests puffed out like, yo, this is go time here. There's another team I think is puffing their chest out like, hey, it's go time. Talk about divisional matchups. Are the Raiders for real? That's good. That's a question. That question might not be answered this week, no matter what. But I think it'll go a long way if they beat the Los Angeles Chargers, who we both think that's a good football team. They're obviously coming off that big win last week against Kansas City. Can they stay 4-0? I don't think the question of are the Raiders for real can really be answered until like week 9. We'll have to see where they're at. Yeah, right. When we get to week 9, week 10, that's when it's like, okay. There's this 5. It's different this time. It's different. Okay, let's talk in week 9. Let's talk in week 10. Let's see where they're at and what trajectory they're on. Another one, our guy Lamar Jackson versus the Broncos defense. Everyone says the Broncos are good. Maybe they're not 3-0 good.
Yeah,
they're in a division. Again, it's the NFL West that is the toughest in football. And Lamar Jackson, the Baltimore Ravens, Lamar's my guy. I'm going to root for him. I can't quite get a feel for what they are yet. They've had a couple of crazy games this season. Talk about measuring sticks.
All crazy games.
Right. That's exactly fair. Solid point.
Now that I think about it.
You talk about measuring stick games. This is one. Yeah. This is one, I think, more so for Baltimore than it is for Denver.
See, I'll go the other way. I think this is a bigger measuring stick game for Denver because Denver hasn't played anybody, really. I think off the top of my head, it's the Giants, Jags, and the Jets, and they're 3-0. And this is a team that's legit. And if I'm a Denver Broncos fan, this is going to be a big litmus test to see is this defense for real? Is Teddy Bridgewater for real? Have they turned the corner? It's a big game for them. I think it's bigger for Denver.
27-33, 36-35, 19-17. Those are the scores of the 3 Ravens games so far this year.
That's crazy. they had a overtime game to start the season against the Raiders. They had this crazy Sunday night game against the Chiefs, and then they won their last game in Detroit on a 66-yard field goal.
Wow. Incredible.
I saw the video the other day of Lane Kiffin sending Sebastian Janikowski out for a 76-yard field goal. He was so far on the other side of half of midfield. It was hilarious.
Is Sebastian Janikowski the least athletic-looking non-baseball player we've ever seen? Because I know there have been little guys in the NFL, like little kickers, like Martin Gramatica, like little fella, like those types of guys. Sebastian Janikowski looked like, hey, somebody go get, Sebastian from the bar. Somebody go get him from the bar and have him come over and kick the 76-yard field goal.
I think the funny thing was my guy that I'm putting confidence in this week, Lane Kiffin, somebody tweeted it. Lane quote tweeted, like, I remember it like it was yesterday. I'd do it all over again. Because he was the coach that sent Sebastian.
Sure. I believe it.
What are you talking about? What do you mean you do it all over again? It was a 78-yard field goal attempt that didn't reach the end zone. What are you talking about?
We're going to try again.
Cromartie caught the ball on the 3-yard line. He's trying to return it.
Did anyone ask Lane Kiffin, like, has he made that before? Like, has he just been goofing around in practice and like, okay, Janikowski's marker 76 yards. Like, what?
That was crazy. But go ahead. What'd you say, Jesse? Yeah, he did. Al had enough at that point. So I'm done with you, pal.
Enough is enough, and it's time for a change.
Definitely.
Jeez.
But you had talk about the most unathletic looking person that was not Martin Gramatica type. Think his name. This is the right name. Jared Lorenzen, former quarterback. He was a quarterback in Kentucky, and I think he was a quarterback with the New York Giants. And then I think he made a comeback in like the CFL or something like that, and he was even more of not an athlete looking type.
Oh dear. Yep. Yeah. Yep. Oh my. I do not. I do not recall this gentleman.
Played at Kentucky, played for the Giants, and then he came. I feel like he played in some semi-pro league like not too long ago, and he was even bigger than he ever was.
I was going to say, not to be. I don't know what I'm trying to say here.
Anybody? We're just saying
see people. Well, like no, not that. He just kept getting bigger.
Yeah.
Like the progressions, like I'm scrolling through the pictures. The gentleman just keeps becoming larger and larger. I do not remember this guy at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, certainly not at the quarterback position. This is not something you see at the quarterback position at all.
Boy. They had a picture of him at Kentucky where he was like, man, that was a big boy at Kentucky playing quarterback.
This River Monsters jersey he got on.
That's just crazy. It's just
jeez almighty.
You don't see it like that, man.
You don't
see it like that at
okay, brother. Well, point taken.
He's actually pretty good at Kentucky, though. He wasn't good in the NFL. But at Kentucky,
he was Eli's backup?
Yeah.
Wow. I swear I don't remember this guy at all.
I remember him in Kentucky. He had some moments in Kentucky.
Oh, great. Brother passed away.
Oh no.
Where was this information 2.5 minutes ago, Jesse?
Damn.
He passed away in 2019.
R.I.P.
Yeah, he had some heart and kidney problem. All right.
I'm sorry to hear that.
He's memorable. Let's leave it at that. This took a terrible turn. Just an awful turn. It's one thing when we accidentally kill off somebody who's alive. It's another thing when we're talking about somebody who's no longer with us. But the fact is, he didn't look like a traditional quarterback.
That's all it is. He didn't look like a traditional
That's quarterback. It. All love to my brother, man. All love to my brother. And all love to Triston Thompson, who has emerged as the king of the kingdom. He's the king of all Kings Herald. If you didn't fall in love with him on Media Day, he spoke yesterday, Casey, pretty in-depthly about LeBron James paying it forward and so on.
Yeah, here's Tristan Thompson.
Yeah, no, I'm excited to be here. This team has a lot of very talented young players. And, I've been in that position on the other side, when me, Kyrie, Dion, when we were in Cleveland entering our third year and LeBron came back, LeBron brought that energy and kind of brought that hard work mentality each and every day. And I think it's only right what I've learned from him to pass it on to the younger generation and our stars that are coming in this league. So that's how you keep this league growing. And then that's how you keep, the talent at a high level. It's vets that learn great things from others and don't want to pass it on. You're doing a disservice to our league. I think that it's a brotherhood and a fraternity. So it's my job to pay it forward. And then when, D Fox and Tyrese and Davion, when they get to my age, they pass on to the next star, right? And that's how you keep the league at a high level and keep growing.
And he is Hulkamania in 1987 in Sacramento right now, man. He's in front of 93,173 fans. He's the ultimate baby face on this team.
He is. Man, you gotta love it. You gotta love it. Love me some Tristan Thompson right now.
I love the idea too. Like, and it's just, I mean, how do you not kind of like perk up as a Kings fan when you hear him talking about the things that he learned along the way?
Yeah,
because you don't, unless a player is specifically, you don't always hear guys talking about like their past experiences. Do you have any more sound from Tristan you want to play?
That's the only one I do have.
Okay.
Yeah.
It looked like your hand was on the button. From here, it looks like your hand is over to the side. I feel like you want to fire off another one. So I was
well, typically you'd be hearing me click around, but you don't hear me clicking right now.
That's right. You have traded in. For those who just turned it in, the biggest story of the day, Kenny has traded in the loudest mouse in the world for apparently the quietest. Kenny went back into Best Buy and said, "Give me the quietest mouse in the world."
What I was doing though, while I was multitasking, because I was hearing you talk about Tristan Thompson and hearing him talk about his experience in Cleveland and how serious he takes being a veteran in this league. Yeah, I was soaking it all in. But I don't know if you've seen it. The Kings have released another video from training camp.
Oh
boy.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
Is this
one will get you hype.
Oh, is this Davion?
This one will get you hype.
Okay. All right. I'll pull it up. I'll try to bring
you're
it up on
pulling
the
it up,
chat. Yeah.
real quick, I got Stephen Brown. We've been going back and forth. He says Michael Bridges is a 6'8" small forward with a 38-inch vertical and 7'2" wingspan, and KC thinks he's a guard. Actually, get your facts straight and come back to me, as Jim Calhoun would say. Michael Bridges is 6'6". Relax, Stephen.
Oh, go ahead. I'm watching the video.
Oh,
go ahead. Don't mind me. You can just do the show without me.
Davion's out here just changing the defense, just one practice rep at a time.
Oh boy. But what? Okay, now what'd you say earlier though? Are we doing a little too much here?
Oh, we're
putting out these hype videos for my man, and
we're absolutely doing too much.
Man,
yeah.
We got this playing here on the live stream on Twitch.tv/ESPN1320.
Yeah. Sorry, they got charge. That's what happened in practice.
But look at I mean again, like look at the barometer we've set as Kings fans. Just look at how hard they're playing out there. And not just that, look at the response from his teammates.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like we're talking about, we're kind of half joking about Tristan Thompson being a leader on this team. Look at Davion out there, and look at the response from the squad.
Who's the first one out there?
It's Tristan Thompson right there. Just as Tristan Thompson was the first one out there in the video that hit the King social media platforms yesterday.
Yeah, man. The vibes that is going on with this Kings team in training camp is unlike anything I've seen. It feels
different, man. It feels different, and it's
almost making me nervous.
Bringing us in here and. Man, it looks different, bro.
It's almost making me nervous. I don't know, man.
I can't wait to see Davion out there in that first game. That first game against Dame, CJ. I don't care who it's against. I can't wait to see Davion in that setting. And then fast forward a day. That's it.
Oh boy, Davion! If he gets any kind of defensive stop at home, I'm telling you, it might be a standing ovation. Might be a standing.
I don't think there's any. Might be. This. I mean, that'll be the biggest crowd in a really, really long time. I mean, California Classic was okay. Yeah. It wasn't what we normally know the California Classic to be.
They didn't even have the upper deck.
Right, exactly. And last season was what it was when restrictions were lifted.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, March. I was going to say March 9th. I don't even know if that's correct. 2020.
Yeah.
It was the last time there had been a crowd as big as what we expect this to be.
Yeah. This is going to be as close to a full house as they can. I don't know what the restrictions are or whatever, but
I don't think there are any. I mean, I think you're allegedly supposed to be vaccinated, but you were supposed to be vaccinated or have a COVID test at the California Classic too. And as we learned, that was on the honor system. You got the old man pat down. You got the old man pat down going into the. I had my vaccination card. I did not like the guy looked at me. I was like, "Do you need to see this?" He's like, "No, get your credential over there." He was like mad at me. I was like, "Damn!" I thought I was doing what's right. Excuse me. Hey, sorry, bro. My bad. I'll keep it moving. But hey, and the other thing is, it's not just Davion. It's Tyrese too.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Tyrese gonna get that first taste because I think it's still okay to call it Arco Thunder. I know it's not. I don't know what the name for Golden One is.
Thunder.
It don't work.
Okay.
We know what it is. We know what it is.
You know the vibes.
Yeah.
You know the vibes. I got you.
That's gonna be Tyrese's first time too.
So yeah, they're gonna be ready for Tyrese. They're going to be ready for that.
You know who else I think they're going to be ready for? I think Marvin Bagley's going to get cheered, like, loudly.
So
yeah, I know. He's going to get booed, and I know there were some people, they're going to boo this man. No, they're not. Twitter's going to boo. Twitter's going to do whatever. That live crowd is not booing Marvin Bagley.
Nah.
Absolutely not.
Especially if he's balling out. He's playing well.
Shoot, I don't even think they're going to. I forget that game on Monday's here.
Yep.
That came on Monday.
No, we ain't got to. If defensive stand on Monday may get a standing ovation. We ain't got to wait for the home opener.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true. Some kind of, like that play that they just showed on the clip.
Yeah.
If Davion gets an offensive foul charge, they're going crazy on Monday.
We love the little things, dude. Just pick up a charge. Let's go. Get a defensive stop. Man, imagine if the Kings get 2. It's just things that we haven't seen before. 2 defensive stops in a row. Oh, the Golden One Center's on fire. Wow. It's 4-0. Davion Mitchell is cooking with grease.
Well, look, I was just about to say, speaking of people who haven't experienced, well, he's been to Sacramento, but
Mark Jones,
as a Kings announcer, I think he's going to feed off this crowd as well. If they're cooking, he's going to have the superlative. Here, lower the braces again. He's going to have the catchphrases going. I was trying to say, superlatives.
Oh, okay. Because I didn't know what words you were trying to say. I was like,
just like when I try to say it too fast, they said, "Stop what you're doing," because I'm about to ruin your words. You're speaking.
And I may just jump off your teeth right now and go flying across the room.
Superlatives.
Kenny practices every night how to speak with the Invisalign in.
Slow down. They said, slow down.
I don't even have an excuse. I don't have Invisalign in, and still it can get dicey putting a couple of sentences together in a row. So he's been rough on that front. Talking can be difficult.
It can be.
Talking can be difficult.
4 hours. Jeez.
I was telling someone the other day, the hardest part, whether it's Warren Moon, Kyle, or whether it's the start of the show, the hardest part every day is starting the conversation. Like, imagine like trying to figure out the right icebreaker to go speak to a woman or to go speak to a man, and you have to do that over and over and over and over again. It is the hardest part of every single day. And then when you jot notes down about how you're going to start a conversation and forget what the note means after you jot it down, it just gets tougher. It just gets tougher.
But I think you do a good job, man. You do a great job, actually.
We talk sports, man. We talk Kings, we talk 49ers. You can't get much better than that. And it can't get much better than the Kings hyping us up with their social media posts. The Kings are going to take the court on Monday, and it feels this is, we used the line this morning. This is like a boom or bust season. Like there's not a lot of in between here. The Kings have to make the postseason. If they don't, people lose their jobs. It's like there's not. Well, we got to develop guys. No, we got to do this. Oh, we're going to do that. No, it's the postseason, or people lose their jobs, and that's that. It's exciting. But those, but we talked to Will Griffith yesterday. Will Griffith, love him to death, doesn't. I think he shares our enthusiasm for the season. Right. I just don't think he's just, clearly, if you were listening, he's not as optimistic as we are about the season. And he laid out every reason why he is. And the fact is, every reason Will laid out is valid.
Absolutely.
Like he didn't reach. It's not a stretch. Anyone who's not sold on this Kings team, you can come up with 10 reasons that are all probably very, very valid. Anyone who is sold on this Kings team can probably come up with 10 reasons why they're sold on it that are valid. We're just talking. We haven't seen a game played. We're watching highlights. We're watching Davion Mitchell take charge. We're stopping the whole show because we got a clip from practice of Davion Mitchell taking a charge. That's where we're at. And, hey, bruh, Monday's going to be fun. Monday's going to be fun because we're going to get to talk about the 49ers. Hopefully the 49ers beating the Seahawks. And then we're going to start to ramp up for the Kings and the Suns.
Yeah.
But Tuesday going to be something.
Especially if we see stuff that excites us, whether it stops or whatever.
I think Tuesday's going to be something either way. The hot takes are going to be flying, good or bad. There's going to be a lot of, see, I told you so, one way or the other, come Tuesday at noon on D-Lo and KC.
And then that's where I'll come in, you'll come in. Calm down, everybody.
Oh, you ain't going to tell me to calm down. I'm going to fly off the handle. Good or bad, Tuesday going to be lit. I'm either putting guys in the Hall of Fame or I'm trading them Tuesday at noon. That's not true. I mean, not entirely true, but we're going to start having it. It's a slight stretch to say, well, talking is over. Like it's game time. Well, it's still preseason. It's not quite game time, but now we have now Davion is going against all NBA players, not just Peyton Pritchard, not just James Bouknight, not just one or two guys you can pick out on a roster. Like, no, he's going against the big boys. And I don't know what Phoenix's game plan on Monday is going to be. I know Phoenix went to the Western Conference Finals, and I know their team had some depth to it.
Yeah.
He's going to be guarding somebody who's going to be a key part of their team this year.
Yeah, for sure, man. So I can't wait. I want to see this thing in action.
Sunday and Monday, man, are going to be fun days for sure for Northern California sports fans with the Kings. The Raiders aren't in Northern California, but I recognize there are a lot of Raider fans here. That Raiders-Chargers game, I think, is huge, and that's one I'm really, really looking forward to. Do you have any storylines you want to touch on before we get back to the 49ers?
No, we talked about it a little bit earlier, but it's more NFL related. I definitely want to see Patriots versus Bucks. I mean, that's the theater of it all. Definitely want to check that out.
Oh, if Mac Jones can throw for like 350 and get the Patriots a W, carry Belichick out on your shoulders if that happens.
That would be insane if he did it.
And then the Bucks go on to win the Super Bowl, and it's
if Mac Jones did it at all, that would be insane. But to do it against Tom, that would be nuts. So I definitely want to see that. You talked about Raiders Chargers.
Return of Richard Sherman, by the way, in that game. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sherman apparently had a good week of practice. He's playing.
He's back, man.
Yeah.
He's back. So that's a big game. And then, on the college tip, I am interested in what Michigan can do at Wisconsin. I'm not going to say they're all the way back if they can beat Wisconsin, but I'm as excited as I am, as much as I talk mess, very leery until I actually see them execute in a big spot. This would be a borderline big spot.
There's only one big spot, and you know it. So there's only
one.
I mean, what they do against Wisconsin is great. It's a month and some change away. It's a month and a half away. That's the only thing.
We'll
win every game till then. None of it's going to matter until that game.
Yeah, we'll be ready for that day.
Okay, you'll be in uniform.
We'll be ready.
All right, our final thoughts here on the San Francisco 49ers and the Seattle Seahawks. Kenny, we've gone over the record on a number of occasions. It ain't in the 49ers. History is not on the 49ers side here. Not with the Seahawks and not with Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson 15-4 versus your San Francisco 49ers. The Seahawks are 12-2 in their last 14 games. You mentioned this one earlier. Russell Wilson has never lost 3 games in a row. They haven't started 1-3 since 2011. I think there was that 2011. We just did this the other day. That was their last season without Russell Wilson.
Yep.
We just looked this up. I hope we remember that properly.
Tavarius Jackson, I think, was the quarterback.
Wow.
Yeah.
Minnesota Vikings too?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
And then everything went to hell for me.
Yes, it did. Yes, indeed it did, with the emergence of Russell Wilson. But don't worry, as you say, this is his last year. This is his last year with the Seattle Seahawks.
Wait till he's gone.
I think the key thing for me, KC, is the defense of the Seattle Seahawks hasn't been good this year. And this isn't like a 3-week trend, like, oh, no, something happened. No, they were really bad last year. They were a disaster last year. The Seahawks are a disaster this year defensively. I need to see the 49ers take advantage of that.
I would love to see that. Am I confident that that's what's going to happen? I don't know, because I don't know about the running game. And then when you talk about George Kittle not being there possibly as well, I don't know if they're going to have the firepower to take advantage of that. But this is where Kyle Shanahan needs to figure it out. This is where he needs to figure it out. You're the quarterback you're the coach that I think you can be. You got to figure it out. You got to figure out a way to put points on this defense. Simple as that. And judging by your response, you saw the chat too.
Would you like to bring up any more quarterbacks that have passed away?
No, I'm done talking about quarterbacks.
I'm afraid to bring up another quarterback because I'm afraid of what could happen this weekend.
Oh man,
I didn't know Tavarius Jackson passed away.
I didn't know that either. I think I vaguely remember hearing that, but it wasn't. I couldn't remember that.
Oh, and it's bad. Yeah.
Oh
so
my
that's
gosh.
All right. Well, we're on a roll here in this 3:00 hour. Anybody else we want to bring up here who we may have no recollection of them passing away and in Tavarius Jackson's case, a horrifying way?
No, not at all. What you got going on this week?
I'm going to try to talk. What I got going on is to try to talk about a football game without bringing up someone who was dead. That's my goal. I got plans with you on Sunday with our main coach.
Man. Yeah. Shout out Coach JT,
Coach
man.
JT.
We're on the 94 Feet podcast, man. So
and it's on YouTube. Check it out on YouTube. You already here.
You can spend your whole day on YouTube with your boys D-Lo and KC because game day is going to be going down at 11:25 on Sunday. And then game day post-game show is going to be about 45 minutes after time expires on that Seahawks 49ers game. We'll be on I'll be on YouTube. Make sure you got your notifications ready. We'll be talking about hopefully a 49ers win. So you want to check that out as well. And then Saturday and Sunday, I'm going to be jamming. I'm going to be doing my thing out there at the Lawson Rhythm, festival out there in downtown Sacramento. Shout out to the people, who are showing love and bringing that to the city, man. So if you're not doing anything, see, I don't know what the ticket situation is.
You can't get them.
Okay.
Right. Get Jazz come. Hey, D-Lo, you going? I couldn't get tickets. Kenny got tickets. I couldn't get them.
They got WizKid coming. They got Rotimi coming. They got Gold Link. Burner Boy's gonna be on Sunday. They bring it to the city. All them people that earlier this week was talking about there ain't nothing to do in Sacramento. That's why they didn't ever watch football. It's here. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? Don't be. You got to be there.
I'd like to reiterate. I don't think you can get in. I think these tickets are not only sold out. I think they are sold out.
They're sold out. They got something at Harlow's tonight though. It's like a pre-festival party at Harlow's tonight. So check them out.
Can I?
I'll be watching 49ers on Sunday afternoon. I know that much.
I don't want you to be late. Is there any chance the pre-show starts at 11:05 instead of 11:25? It's a 1:05.
There's a chance of that. Yeah.
It's a 1:05 start.
Yeah, I thought that. Man, why did they? How they not?
Chat just in here waiting for Kenny? Like, hey, what's Kenny said? What?
The NFL needs to put some respect on our name, man, because the Niners, Seahawks always get that 125 star. How are they going to put us at 105 now?
They got Ravens, Broncos at the 25. I was like, man, they got that 25 start, huh? They got Ravens, Broncos in that slot and Steelers, Packers.
Oh, okay. Well, whatever.
I don't know who I don't know who to root for in that game.
Whatever. Afternoon football is going to be pretty nice.
Yeah.
You got Rams, Cardinals, Steelers, Packers, Niners, Seahawks, Ravens, Broncos. Wow.
Yep.
Afternoon football is nice.
We'll cap it off with Bucks and Patriots, and you can two-screen it with D-Lo and KC on the 94 Feet podcast. So that'll be good stuff, man. We appreciate you so much for hanging out with us. Monday. I was going to say Monday is going to be a blast. Next week is going to be a blast. Yeah. Hopefully, we're talking about a 49ers victory on Monday and gearing up for a Kings preseason game. And then, of course, on Tuesday, we will overreact to everything.
Yes.
After the Kings take on the Phoenix Suns. So make your plans to be with us. If you're not a subscriber yet on YouTube, go become one. That's youtube.com/ESPN1320. You can follow us on Twitch as well, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. If you're more of a Twitter person, Instagram person, all good. At D-Lo and KC, at ESPN1320. Both of those handles work for both of those social media platforms. And if you're on the Odyssey app and 1320 AM, we appreciate you so much for listening. We appreciate you for watching. And we'll see you back here Monday at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station. 49ers Friday, brought to you by the McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. I'm about to pour me a glass.
Let's go. Niners.
ESPN 1320.
Niners, baby. Let's go.
Sorry, I know we was a few minutes late on that one. My bad. God,
I sure hope so, Scott. I sure hope so. You know what I'm saying? I went with the big games. I try not to go. There was another one on here that I could have went with. I was looking at Ohio State -15 against Rutgers. Just think about Penn State at Indiana, or Indiana at Penn State. That's the one too that I should have went with. But I did this for the people. They want to know about the big games. I gave you guys the big games this week.
By the way, anyone listening who may have won tickets to Raw, you're worried about not getting a call. We don't have the tickets yet. That's why you haven't gotten a call. As soon as we get them in, you'll know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Stephen Brown, let me vet all this right now because you're playing semantics. Because it shows that Michael Bridges is 6'6", and Stephen Brown was like, no, he's 6'7". Okay, whatever, Stephen. The point of when you talk about a 3-guard lineup is, can you match up? And when you have guys, small forwards or whatever the case may be, like Michael Bridges out there, do you mean to tell me Michael Bridges is going to go put Buddy Hield or Tyrese Halliburton in the torture chamber down low? No, he's not going to do that. Buddy Hield, Tyrese Halliburton, De'Aaron Fox, they can all guard Michael Bridges because all he does is stand in the corner. That's what you talk about. That's what you look at when you look at a 3-guard lineup. Or being able to play a 3-guard lineup.
Mm-hmm. Hey, there you go, Patrick. Happy birthday, bro.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, why are you just telling us now at the end of the show?
Patrick.
Yeah.
I saw that Miami finish last night. I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry. It's nasty. Up, down 2, game-winning field goal, 30-yard field goal. Real hard off the upright. Like, that thing was a missile. Tragic. Yeah. Get Uncle Luke on line 1.
Yeah. Yeah, Patrick, I'm gonna hit you right here with Manny. Maybe get a foam roller or a hypervolt or something, because start to.
Yeah. Where's my? I'm telling you, man, you got to do it. You got to do it.
There you go. I prefer being old and not broke no more. Well, you're fortunate
I'm not
enough.
rich.
Yeah.
I know that much.
I can eat.
Yeah. I got a little more than ramen. That's about it, though.
Oh, man. Oh, dear, Dr. David. Goodness gracious. Oh, what is Cole talking about now? Yeah, Cole, your demands mean less than nothing.
Oh, my God.
Like, yeah, no, we will trash Adidas forever, because the only thing good about Adidas is the Run DMC record.
Now, I will say this. I like a lot of the Yeezys. Not all, but I like a lot of the Yeezys. I'm going to, at some point, get a pair of Yeezys.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Get a pair of Yeezys.
Funding the Trump campaign, huh? I see you. I see you.
I don't really like any of their shoes.
One is what's Dame? Dame's Adidas.
Mm-hmm.
Dame dropped a pair like maybe 2 years ago. I was like, whoa, these are dope. I couldn't do anything with them. Because some basketball shoes, it's not like I'm not gonna rock those with a but they look great.
Right.
That's the only time I ever thought, man, these are hot.
Dame does some good stuff with Adidas. I remember at one point D Rose was doing some good stuff with Adidas. But other than that, now Roddy, you slipping, because I'll probably rock some nice little traditional New Balances before I rock some Adidas. The traditional New Balance joints, those things go hard. I ain't gonna lie to you, Ramsey. I'm typically not brand loyal. I am to Nike. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna.
You are to WWE too.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. Yeah. I still got AEW on my DVR. Every time I go to watch it, it's a new week. So I'm like, oh, well, I'll just wait till next week.
That happens.
I'm like, I'll just wait till next week, and then I never get around to it. It's a tough time of year for me to watch anything other than sports. We should have asked this on the show, but I think we asked this before. What's the better month for sports, October or what's the other month? April or March?
April?
Yeah.
Oh, October's pretty good.
October's pretty damn good. I don't know. The tournament crazy though.
Oh yeah.
The tournament is crazy. But October is pretty cool.
King Voss, I see your DM, man. I'll get back to you. Just have some fun, man. That's my number one advice. But I'll send you some notes there. But just have fun, bro. Oh man.
Yeah, man. Draft is tonight, isn't it? Or is it next month?
Yeah, it's tonight. Tonight and Monday. Yeah, I might tune into that.
I think they keep hinting at Naomi being with the blood. Like I was watching Raw and Sasha. That's not Sasha. What's her name? Duvall. The GM. Sonya Duvall. She randomly just throws her name out there. Naomi's name out there. Like, yeah. It's not like we haven't like Naomi, who doesn't even deserve to be on the SmackDown. Just randomly throwing her name out there. Bloodline. That would be. I might mark out for that one. If they got her with the bloodline.
That'd be kind of dope.
Yeah.
That'd be kind of dope.
Yeah.
All right. I think we got some work to do. Jesse. Yeah. Jesse making us work. Appreciate y'all, man. Thanks for it. Was a big week on the stream. We appreciate y'all as always. Man, have a great weekend. Have a safe weekend. Make sure you're back here with Kenny on Sunday at 1:05 at 11:05. Back with Kenny at 11:05, and then we'll see you here Monday at noon.
Holla.